welcome to the 4th annual Grifties and the first ever live Grifty Awards. And now for your hosts, Uncle Hotep and Hotep Jesus.
Yo, no George, but I can't even breathe in this joint.
That's fucked up. He working on that Coon of the Year award.
Black people, am I right?
We've got some great categories tonight, including athletes.
We'll say what's up to your dad.
Season's COVID-19.
Who did you want? Hamlin? Hamlin's a sleeper. Hamlin's a sleeper.
Female, musical, celebrity, people's political grifty, the Hall of Fame, and a surprise category.
Y'all see we professional. We got the teleprompter and shit. And of course, the one everyone is waiting for, Grifter of the Year award.
From podcasts to movies.
DJ Protocol.
Yeah, DJ, that's the time to do it.
This is not a grift. I really think Lil Nas X is a gay demon.
How dare you?
Unlike most modern award shows, none of these women have penises.
Women shouldn't speak anyways.
Y'all picked the blackest room for a black. Paint the walls white so I can see y'all next time.
All coons look alike to me.
Some of you white people too. Some of y'all look like you came from 8 Mile.
We're halfway through, no one's been shot yet.
But I'm going to say at the Grifty Awards, there's only one person more arrogant, more self-assured than me, and that's Hotep Jesus.
Grifter of the Year.
Clap it up for old Uncle Hotep.
Hopefully my kids will watch this and be inspired and stuff like that.
Fuck them kids.
I'm looking for my wallet. I'm like, oh, thank God he didn't take it. Thank God.
Yo, what it is, fam? It's your boy,
DJ Protocol.
It's another Friday night, man. Friday night awesomeness, Friday night flights. It is the 16th of August. Yeah, I stumbled on that one a little bit because, damn. You know what I'm saying? Damn. It came so fast. Like, understand this is August, and then we got September, and then we got October, then November, then December. I hope we make it to November and December. But the way this shit's looking right now, we're going to do a live look. We're going to find out whether or not Iran has made any moves. I don't know. I haven't checked. Today, I've really been caught up in other stuff. But we're going to find out, man, because, yo, that's definitely lingering out there in them streets that Iran is ready to do a little something. So we're going to check that out. We got a big night ahead of us, y'all. We got some things we got to run through in about an hour because we got the big Hotep debate tonight. That's right. Hotep debate series is up and popping once again. And Hotep adjacent brethren, Royce White, is taking on Mr. Men Can Have Babies himself, Mark Lamont Hill. So, of course, we're going to hit that GRIFTCEPTION right here. You guys can catch it right here. We're going to be talking about it live. We're also going to have the after party where we're going to discuss what we heard and, you know, take Mark Lamont Hill to task and all that good stuff. So, Friday night flights don't stop, baby. We're just going to have a nice GRIFTCEPTION and we're going to talk about it live right here. So, all my people on Facebook, we right here with it. All my people on Rumble and YouTube outside of Hotep Nation, we right here with it. All my Hoteps, I know y'all going over to Kick to catch it because I do believe it's streaming exclusively on Kick. So you guys can go over to Kick and check it out. But we'll be right here going through it, and then afterwards we open up a big old can of whoop ass. You know what I'm saying? But before we get into all that, you guys, we gotta do what we always do. We got to get into some dope music, man, and I'm feeling real C-poetish tonight. I got a new song from Bryson Gray, but we're going to play that at the end of the night. But today, right now, for takeoff, man, I'm feeling my boy Smooth. The name of this track is called Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and get into this. And what the heck is going on here? what is going on here? All type of extra foolishness. You gotta love the computers, man. The computers be computering, you know what I'm saying? Computers be computering. Anyway, we're here. We got it right. And we finna get ready to get into it, man. So let everybody know, Friday Night Flights is live. Protocol has started the music, and it's time to get busy. So with that being said, come on, man. Let's go.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Pain. Yeah, 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 yeah. Slay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. Smooth river with the flow. How to deliver in the snow till you liver or your throat. Yeah, yeah. Going for the kill, knowing that I'm ill, showing all my skills, throwing all my bills, go for broke, yeah, yeah. Matter of time, scatter like vines, all the chatter, I don't mind, on this ladder, I'ma climb, yeah, yeah. Motivate myself, but I take the help, cultivate the wealth, graduate from hell, rhymes heaven, yeah, hit that horn blow, I'm a thorn, bro, nasty like a porno, coke, I was born dope, no smooth, unmatched, you a foot, I'm a thumbtack, all these bum cats, let them know the real back, yeah, God flow, every line worth harpo, spitting narcos from the ceiling to the floor, yeah. The world mine, must have hit your girl fine, but she ain't worth time, let my queen get mine. Yeah, 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 yeah. 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 Pay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Slay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm a killer and a miller. Happiness what I produce, word to J Dilla. If you ask me, ain't nobody made realer. Best of both worlds, I'm the drug and the dealer. Love my mama so much, I hug and I kiss her. I'm Bill Belichick, you more Jeff Fisher. Beat sour flow, and you more like Tisha. And that goes for you and everybody that's with ya. Never say I can't, climbing up the hill, grand. Give me time like a plant, I don't rap, I just rant, going on and on and on and on with positivity. Keep me sane mentally, best is what I'm finna. What they say nowadays, keep that same energy. I release the beast of me, the greatest that could ever be. I would cherish me too, I'm solid and they see through. They don't do what we do, I ask what would me do. Yeah, 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 yeah. 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 Pay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Slay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah. One time in for the non-cursing, oh so lyrical, Smooth, aka your fave musician. Love my brother, man. What up, folk? Captain's here. Captain's here, baby. It's time to have some fun, man. I hope y'all had a good week. Mine was very interesting, to say the least, but it was fun. Got me some new toys, which is actual work products. So, well, I guess they say if you're not having fun working, doing what you love, then it's a pest. So you have fun with toys, and this is a toy for work, which is a work tool. Anyway, regardless of the fact, it's going to be awesome. Got me a 24-hour cameraman. So we're going to test that out in these streets. Had some good calls this week, man. Shouts out to MAGA Black Georgia. Big things coming for Savannah. Got some other partners, man. I hope that they come on with it, you know what I'm saying? Because we ain't wasting no time. We ain't playing no game around this thing. Yeah, want to make America great again for black people. I hate when black folks say, "Oh, when was America ever great for black people?" Like, do you not know your history? Like, if all you can do is think about the slavery of things, my boy, you got to change your outlook in life. Cause baby, shit was real out here, man. We had some great times, man. Harlem Renaissance type shit. That's just me personally. That's one of my favorite periods of time for black folk. Like, shit was up. Shit was up. Like, music was booming, art was booming, money, businesses, family. Like, that was a booming time. And all I know about is what I read about or what I've heard from elders who actually witnessed it. Like, I want to feel that myself. And I think the closest to that I've probably ever had in my life was the 90s, right? When we didn't know what Nickelodeon was doing, but what we, during that time period, it was good for us. Like, we didn't see the craziness of the shows, but we know that, you know what I'm saying, we felt like empowered dang on kids, bro. Like, at the same time, we had literally Global Guts, which was about being active, Double Dare, being active, figure it out, using your brain, being active. Nick News with Linda Ellaby. Like, we were getting news and stuff. Like, bro, we was rounded, and that's just Nickelodeon. Like, we ain't even step over the Disney, what they was doing, and like how they was really on some like make your dreams possible type stuff. Like, oh, you setting out to do something? Oh yeah, go get it done. Like, y'all remember Brink? I'm a Brink kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Johnny Tsunami kid. Like, I'm going back to Nickelodeon. Like, I'm a Rocket Power kid. I'm a Rugrats kid, bro. There is a bug. Oh, he is getting on my nerves. Buddy, I'm going to get you. And if you come back over here, you're out of here. So yeah, man, I'm that guy. And my generation, a lot of people who I know that set out to do some things, they're the same. Mindset was different, man, but I don't know where the hell we are now. We got to roll that shit back in. We got to get that shit back in here. Because this ain't working. This ain't working. And putting in people like KAMAMIE and all these other people. Nah, man, we got to check this shit. We got to stop. Folk, we got to have a conversation. MAGA Black going to have some real hard conversations with folk. Stop the cap. That's finna be the mission. Stop the cap. I'm deeming it right now. Stop the cap. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this flight in the air. Handle business, man. We got a lot to go over, man. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Friday Night Flights for Services, covering everything you knew and might have missed. We're clear to take off and be expected to be in the air in a moment's time. Ask that you please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seats or in the overhead compartment. Also ask that you place your chairs and your trays in the upright position as we prepare for takeoff. Do me a favor, folk. Put your cell phone charger in the wall and in your phone. You're watching this on the laptop, plug it up, make sure you're good. All my folk watching on the big screen on TV, appreciate you for being a real one. You got that thing on that surround sound on that sound bar, man. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Smoking is definitely allowed on this flight, and drinking is heavily encouraged. Welcome to Ruinage Airlines, and do me a favor, enjoy your flight. Family, man. You see the title of tonight's show is Thieves and Sheep. Because these folks is big time stealing, or fuck, they done big time stole. They done pulled the biggest heist probably in world history. Biggest heist. Worse than taking the money from Mansa Musa type heist. And that's a rich brother. But they done did it on the backs of us. They done took our money. Right? They done took our currency value. They've taken our time. Right? You got to work all day, fucking every day, in order to make the money to pay for the bills or whatever expenses, whatever debts you actually have. You got to trade in your time for that. They done stole the education of your children, the mindset of your children, our children. They done took our good name. Bro, they're literally bombing and killing people around the world in the name of America. I mean, when I say they stole your mind and they stole your education, they negated. See, when we talk about patriotism and nationalism, right? Our country, they deny that of me and you. They don't teach us that. They got us stuck on race. Black person, white person. And then you don't realize you start hitting on nationality when you be talking about other folk and you ain't peeping game. Japanese. That's a nation. You stupid enough to think it's a race for whatever reason. And that's their ethnicity and their nation. You go anywhere, they look at us, they look at a black person, white person, whatever from America, they call us all American. Just by our dialect, just by our language. And then you get labeled as you either a dumb motherfucker or you trying to bomb and steal some shit. Which one is you? Now, it's a slight chance that you could be one of them humanitarian, real nice ones like you fuck with everybody. But we'll find that out when we find that out. But off the muscle, you either one of them dumb motherfucking Americans or you coming over here to steal some shit. That's what they coming off the muscle. Just like you feel, you feel white folk feel when they think about black folk, right? Just like how you feel that way. That's how they feel when they see us. We got to fix that. It's up to us to fix it, though. We got to honestly pay attention to what's being said, what's being done, and change the messaging. Be the example that you want to see in that. Because they got us fucked up. They done stole a whole lot from us. And you being the sheep and following along with the programming. Thieves and sheep, baby. That's where we at tonight. Let's go ahead and crack in this thing, man. What we got on the flight manifest. Shouts out, man. Let me hit up everybody in the chat, man. I done did my little Mona Lisa for the jump. My dog Fuego is in this thing. Y'all saw him at the opener. It's just me, eh? Fam checking in, man. Hotep to the Hoteps, man. He double dipping. He over on Rumble and he on YouTube, man. Get them likes up. You on Rumble, get them likes up. You on YouTube, get the likes up. All my people over on Facebook, press the like button. I may, depending on who you are, when I see your name over here on the side, I may put you on the screen. But I really like you to go join everybody on Rumble, because that's where the fun at. That's where the fun and the love at. Like my girl Montoya, peace, 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 sis. Over there on the West Kizzy. And you still got sunlight. Oh man, it's traffic time now. It's go home. It's time to get off of work time. Ooh, Lord. Blessings to everybody traveling over there on that West Coast. Got that sun going down time, 5:25. I feel that day. It's just me with the kick drop. And then Fuego with the blast off. Who else over there? It's my chat. I'm missing chats. Oh, I got family over on X too. X, y'all ain't in the chat box, man. Y'all got to do it like Facebook. Y'all got to come get on Rumble. I'll accept you for the moment on YouTube, but you really got to go to Rumble. You really got to go to Rumble because that's where we at with it. Yep. See. Told you, man. Sis said she's just getting on the freeway. You be safe on that. You'll be safe. All right, y'all. Let's do this. Where's Leroy? Late as usual. All right. Okay. Speaking of thieves, y'all, check this out, man. I don't. You may have seen this. You may not have seen this. I don't know, but we're gonna talk about it. Where were we? Where were we? Was it? No, it's not that one. I got too many tabs open. I need to close some of these suckers. Yeah, you can go. Okay. All right. We in there like swimwear. Let's get it. All right, guys. I don't know if you saw this bad boy right here, but y'all, these fools, see, this is how I know. Like, we already knew that the credit system was on the way out of here because they was telling us. They was telling us that they wanted to do the new social credit scoring on us. They let us know that they wanted to track our social medias and what we were saying and what we were doing and how we were buying things and what we were spending money on, and that was going to decide what we can and can't do in life. All right. Well, think about your credit score right now. All right. Your credit score is based on what you purchase, what you spend your money on, how you spend your money, and it's attached to your social security number. Well, now we done possibly had everybody's social security number stolen. This is from Fox 5 in DC. This is straight out the swamp. This is the home of the social security number, straight out the swamp. They say a hacking group by the name of USDOD broke in there and, well, got a whole bunch of data. Now, when did this hack happen? Let's see. Hacking group USDOD claimed in April they stolen personal records from the national public data in a massive data breach. NPD is a platform that offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. They offered to sell the stolen records, which included personal data for everyone in the U.S. Dang, bruh, do you see this? They got the UK and Canada, but I'm worried about us. I'm American, all right? What's the population of the United States? Let me see something right quick. There he go. There he go. The homie has checked in the building. I asked where he was. I told y'all he was going to be late.
All right, chums up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
My homie Leroy is checking in the building. I'm going to get Leroy down here for homecoming. I got to get him down here to Savannah State homecoming, bro. He think I ain't going to get him here. He's going to get down here for homecoming. That's for sure. All right. U.S. and world population clock from the census. So, my feelings is hurt, y'all. My feelings is hurt that there are 336,940,900. You know what? I won't even say 900. I'll say 300. So I'll say 336,940,300 social security numbers. And all they wanted is 3.5. We not even worth $1 a piece. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? We ain't even worth $1 a piece, dirty. Not even $1? Damn. But hey, get your come up. You probably asked for 3.5 because you already know it's over. You already know that they know it's over and they want to implement what they want to implement. So you just getting what you can get. But yeah, they're finna do. They're talking about, hey, how can I protect my personal data and all that good stuff? Yo, that shit's a quick money grab for the dummies because they know they finna roll out a new system. Y'all. So Social Security numbers is gone, and I think this is how they're gonna bring in that social credit score. Because our Social Security numbers are attached to, our credit scores and all that good stuff. I think they're gonna bring in the social credit score. Hey guys, look, we had a big old hack. Everybody's shit got taken. US, UK, Canada. And let's just humor ourselves. Let's just humor ourselves, guys. Let's find out. That's from 2021. Okay. What are they talking about? The Spectator, rather. No, I don't want y'all. Get out of here. There we go. Gimme. Oh, y'all won't let me. All right, screw you. Screw you, buddy. What do you say? I have to admit that I didn't quite get it right. When 12 days ago I wrote, there is a model for what will be coming our way if we don't resist vaccination passports and electronic ID cards. So, China's social credit system, which blacklists people for numerous antisocial offenses, from crossing the street on a red light to failing to sort their recycling, and uses the information to deny them the right, for example, to buy rail and airline tickets. All right, let's see if they got anything. All right, he ain't got nothing substantial that I want to see. ABC Finance. What are they talking about? Surviving the social credit score. All right, you going to get out my way? Will you be that guy? Praise you. You're awesome. Could you survive the social credit score? We're familiar with credit scores with financial institutions that track how responsible you are with your hard-earned money to assign you a value determining the loan and cards you are eligible to apply for. However, a new scoring system being trialed in China. So you can't say that it's fake, because they've been trying it in China. And how many Chinese products do we really have? They'll give you things: slower internet connections, travel restrictions, banning people from flights. That would be the same thing as travel restrictions, but I guess that's even deeper. I've heard rumblings of you can't even leave your house type stuff. So, look, no access to credit, pets being taken off you. You could be prevented from getting the best jobs. Your children can be banned from higher education. Is the UK ready for social credit? Where nothing is confirmed about rolling out such a system in the UK, it could happen at some stage. That's what people feel. So now, US, UK, and Canada. Didn't Canada, I don't know, puts emojis in the chat. I want to test something out. Let's see. Is this here? Let me see if this here. I want to test something out, guys. It should be. All right. So, Fire Flames in the chat. If you remember, in Canada, when the farmers, was it the farmers or the truckers? Truckers. Put some trucks. Bump that. Put some trucks in the chat. If you remember when the truckers in Canada was bucking on the system, and Canada stopped them from being able to spend their money. You guys remember that? Put some trucks in the chat if you remember when Justin Trudeau shut off the ability to spend money on the truckers in Canada. There go the truck. Hey, we got flying trucks on the screen now. Boom. Yeah, that happened. So now Canada, who's pretty much already brought it in, their people's numbers are stolen. Their data stolen. The UK data was stolen. And the US data was stolen. Fuego says in Canada, some of them still caught up in the legal system. That happened in real life. So it'll be very, very easy for them to just go ahead and slide in their little social credit scoring. And if you don't pay attention and stop being the sheep, you're going to fall right into it. Just saying. I'm just saying. All right. Let's see what else we got to smack on. So many places I want to go. You know what? Let me just put this in line right here. And put this in line right here. And put this in line. Right there. All right. All right. So I want to talk about that and your money getting stolen and social credit scores and all this stuff and make you unhappy or make you unpleasant and won't allow you to spend your money and move accordingly. That it's coming. These people want full-on communism. And we heard that today from KAMAMIE Harris. KAMAMIE Harris said a lot. Her policy was released today, and she said a lot of communistic shit. Forcing grocery prices. Forcing housing prices. Now, I want to know how they would plan to implement this. Because really, we free states. Like, these are things we should be able to take care on the states level. And y'all are just trying to give all this power to the federal government. I don't know why. But you're just trying to give the federal government all this damn power. Tell you what you do to your body, what you can and can't do with your body. Tell you what you can and can't do with your money. Y'all tripping. Can and can't do with your products that you made and you built, but y'all tripping. Nah, even this thing out so people don't have to charge that absorbent, crazy amount of money. Get rid of the bull jive that you put in your local councils. That's just selling property to the highest bidder, and then the assessor comes through and they assess it to holy hell, which take the property values up around you. Like, yeah, it costs to buy a new house because the price of building material and all that good stuff, but it's also because somebody then came in and appraised others high. So they're being used for comps. And all the rest of them that are being sold are going high. And then the ones around them, because of the worth of the new buildings that's being built, they're being extremely high. The shit is happening locally. It's you allowing to happen. Come on, man. I'm coming to that in a second. LS Fuego says the new basketball arena in Los Angeles supposedly will not accept cash. Well, let me just go ahead and let you know, brother. There's no supposedly about it. It's definitely not going to accept cash. If the in-market arena in Savannah, Georgia is a cashless facility, you bet your bottom dollar that LA one finna be a cashless facility. And I fight and argue about this all the time because the in-market arena was built off of taxpayer money. Literally is a government-built building. Literally a government-built building. And they don't even accept cash. How the fuck does that happen? You built this bitch off my penny and you don't accept cash? You gotta have a card? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. LS says, look on the bright side. Her said we'll only need one job. Shout out to B-Step. Brother Zoski is in the chat, man. Hotep to my brother. LS says the Benz is cashless. Yeah. That's where they're going. They're going to that digital thing, man. They're going to that digital thing. All right, guys. We're about 18 minutes from the takeoff of the big debate. That's right. Mark Lamont Hill is bringing his pansy ass into Hotep Nation. Yeah, I'm saying pansy. He can't have his actual mail card until he get out his dumbass mouth and mind. Not out of his mouth. He didn't say it out of his mouth too many damn times. He needs to get it off his tongue, out of his vocabulary, and away from his fucking mind that men can have children. That shit doesn't exist. That's some weak shit. That's some weak bitch shit. So you will be a pansy until you say, you know what? Y'all, I'm lying my ass off. The money was good, but that shit, there's only a man and a woman, a boy and a girl. That's it. And if you're born when you stand up, you got to pee, use a boy. If you got to sit down and pee, use a girl. It's that simple. It's that simple. Until he says that, boy, he a pansy. He's a hot dang gone pansy, y'all. Let's see. Iron the kufi and pour a strong drink for this one. Listen. I'm gonna pick one of them. I don't know. He's battling for Kamala, so I may put where the Joe and the hoe gotta go. Even though Joe gone, so the hoe gotta go. Or maybe I'll put on my PB hat because I'm ready for war. Or maybe I'll hold it down for Trump team and wear my MAGA. I don't know. I'm gonna pick one, but I'm definitely gonna get a drink and light up a blunt because this one is going to be a hot dang on doozy. All right, so y'all, there's a whole lot of I'm turning now. We're going to head our mindset to that. I went to the barbershop today. Got a little fresh on something. You know what I'm saying? A little something, man. He got me right. You got me right. $30 just to look. I have hair. I have hair, so I don't get a haircut. So just this, just this, just this. $30. This hoe got to get out of here. We did Joe and the hoe, not a hoe. This hoe got to go. We got to get this little $40 hoe up out of here. She got to go. But with that being said, there's a lot of people. I love going to the barbershop because my partner, there's some Trump heads in this barbershop. All right. There's some Trump heads in this barbershop with owners. Let me just put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like stake in the business, Trump heads. And every time we go in there, it's guaranteed to be a black man that is for the fucking libs. He's just there. He gonna cap hard no matter what is just gonna happen. And I ain't gonna lie, it'd be so funny because everybody else in the shop know don't get me and this one other particular barber going, and he gonna go. He gonna listen. My man got the Black Voices for Trump bumper sticker. He got the I think he got a MAGA hat over there. He done put Trump 2025 on the little board with the letters. What else did I give him? Oh, it's a Stacey Abrams sticker. You know what? I gotta put one of those somewhere. I don't know. I might scan it and put it on the screen. That shit's funny. Anyway, he got that up too. So everybody know it's no mincing that Bros rocks with Trump. So everybody in there know when I get in there with him and it's a Kamala person in there, oh, it's over for him. It's over. They already know. Like I'm pretty sure that we have us two alone with just the escapades that we have. Ain't no telling what he does when I'm not there, right? We have converted people sitting in that barbershop. We've either converted them or made them really mad. Just one or the other. There's no in between. It's just they've converted in the fact that, hey, I was them, but now I'm rocking with Trump because y'all make sense. Or I didn't really do it, but what y'all talking about, I'm rocking with Trump. I will put my vote in for Trump just because. Like, we've done that. Like, it's freaking phenomenal, you know what I'm saying, what we've accomplished doing that. Shouts out to the homie. The Wizard is in the building with the Dragon Energy. Shouts out to the homie Jack Reeves. Hotep, brother. So my mans was in there today, and he was getting in the chair when, like, right when I was walking in the door, and I was gonna hop in the chair after him. Bro said he knew he was gonna get me going. He was like, "Hey man, Kamala gonna get this, man." I say, bruh, no deal. The bougies, I said, the bougie Negroes with the degrees and the ones with the sissy pastors, they might be rocking with Kamala, but the streets is with Trump. I say, I don't know, man. You know, the way the news, I was like, the news? Them lying, some of them bitches. Get to talking. Old boy say, man, y'all crazy. Kamala got this. We gonna get her because we ain't going back. I say, oh Lord, cause you one of them, man? Older guy, so you know I had to mess up. Cause you one of them, man? Hey, man, what you mean one of them? I say, boy, you one of them sissy boys. You one of them sissy boys that's playing around with Kamala. I ain't being disrespectful. I'm just saying you bound down to the Kamala gotta win. He was like, yeah, man, I just don't like that other dude. So you don't like him? I say, boy, you emotional. Come on, man, you an old man. Look at what you doing. You getting the spray for the color in your fade, bruh. You done been here. You done seen some things. You really about to go that way? You really about to let emotions lead you to being worse off than where the heck we at? Oh man. Went to going in, my boy say, hey man, name me 5 Kamala policies. And this was before she did the policy drop today. So he hadn't had time to go look at none of that. She said she gonna fix the border. I said, the borders are gonna fix the border now? Or when she get elected and she got the power to do it now? She ain't got the power to do it yet. She was delegated the power to do it now. Matter of fact, she was delegated the power to do it 3-4 years ago. Pulled it up. Oh, he was hurt. We started talking about other policies, man. We started hitting and, throwing what Trump about and, the policies of the man. Like, forget the emotions, but bro, look what they doing to the kids. Look at all this gender stuff. Look at what they doing with the soft porn books. I say, that's just that. And you look like you got grandbabies. You want your grandbabies to see that? You got to hit them at the heart. See, you want to be emotional. You hit him at the heart right quick with the grandbabies. The fact that we got kids, he's like, yeah, that ain't right about the kids now. And we started talking about the other stuff. He talked about, Trump giving old boy the picture and this, and all that good stuff. And why he talked brash and how the money was moving and, Man, it was good conversation. It was so good. We had the combo. We was in the chair. He went to the stove, came back, went and got him a snack and all, came back and sat down, and then we had more conversations while I was in the chair. Then I hung a few minutes. Like it was great, and people in there was listening. You know, it was waiting to hop in and get taken care of, or was taken care of. And I think we converted some more today, man. So, shouts out to the big homie in the barbershop, man. One by one, piece by piece, we is going to smack these fools right. You know, there's a lot of us who are doing it, cause man, they got these idiots out here shilling like no other. You got the Steve Harveys of the world and the Ricky Smile. Y'all heard Steve Harvey? Y'all heard what that Negro had to say out his mouth? Man, hold up. Wait a minute. Because I don't think y'all understand. I don't really think you understand. Shouts out to the homie Chaz, man. Chaz is over there on the X. Chaz over on X holding it down, man. I see the retweet. Appreciate you, family. Appreciate you. Let me pull this back up right here. Cause this nigga Steve Harvey done lost his rabbit ass mind. This nigga done lost his rabbit ass mind. This nigga really came out his mouth and said, "Hey y'all, don't ask for nothing for your vote. You don't get to ask this woman for your vote." Nigga, what? Boy, you tripping. You done lost your mind, Steven, you lost your mind. I'm trading Steve Harvey for Steve Urkel.
Y'all start calling my radio show and DMing me, talking about why you ain't asked no hard-hitting questions. That ain't what this is. I'm throwing a lob. This is an alley-oop for a dunk, because this administration needs to get the word out of what they're actually doing and what they're actually accomplishing, so we can stop all this foolishness about what you're doing for black people. Can't nobody come out with no agenda and call it this for black people.
Uh-oh. Matter of fact, where that's at? 27 seconds? All right.
Expect to get in the White House. You got to play the game different. Y'all know what this is. So now this next question is another lob for her to done. Because they done a lot, man. But we see, I'm on this radio show and I'm hearing all these people talk about, I'm not voting if they're not doing nothing for us. Listen to me. If you do not vote, the analytics will show. They know how many women vote, they know the age you are when you vote. If we don't vote, how are we going to ask for something next time?
Swords out, man. I need a bunch of swords. I need swords all in through the chat. If you in the chat, drop the. I need swords. Drop a bunch of swords. I need sword, cause I'm finna slice and dice this nigga. I'm about to slice and dice, but I need a sword. Somebody, please. Somebody, please. I need to see slice him up. He on the screen right now. Slice his ass up. Slice his ass up. I need him. Nah, I need more than that. I need the whole screen full of slice his ass up, because I'm about to slice and dice this nigga like the goddamn what was it? The ninja? Was that the ninja? It slices. It dices. Yeah, I'm about to go ham on this motherfucking food right here. This man said, let me make sure I heard him correctly at the 27 mark. Back it up just a little bit. Let me make sure I heard him correctly.
Can't nobody come out with no agenda and call it this for black people and expect to get in the White House.
Can't nobody put out no agenda, say that it's for black people, and expect to get in the White House. That's what he said. That's what he said. All right. All right. Stephen Harvey. Nigga, you look like Steven from Django. That's what your punk ass look like. Steven from Django. So let me go ahead and do my Django thing, Stephen Candy. Let me do my Django thing and pull this pistol off my hip. Listen, I come different. Steven. I come different, Steven. Trump's New Deal for Black America with a plan. Oh, shit. New Deal Black America plan. Oh, shit. Wait. Maybe this is the re-election, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't put his ass in the White House because he said he was going to do something for black people and they ain't want to elect him. Let's find out. What date this thing say? African Americans need a new deal from their next president. Oh, shit. You can't expect. Okay. Donald Trump is proposing just that. The following are 10 promises announced by Donald Trump on October 26, 2016. I thought it would say, 2020. But that say 2016. So he wasn't president, huh? When was the election that made Trump president? Somebody. What election was that? I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. When did Trump get elected? Oh, I see. You little sap sucker. Oh, you about to die. I done went in my little work mode, but you about to die, buddy. What do I need? I don't have anything. I'm gonna have to make something. Anybody know? What day did Trump get elected the first time? I almost had him. And I didn't look down. My chat usually be on it with the dates, boy. Y'all had a long week this week. It's okay. We'll ask Google. Oh, there he is. Blunt step with it. So if that happened on November 8th, sorry, folks, complicated business. Now, that happened on November 8th. Was it? If that was the 8th, and this was the what? October 26, 2016. And he was elected on November 8, 2016. Somebody help me out here. Someone help me out here. What comes first? What comes first? October or November? Somebody help me figure that out. What comes first, October or November? Because last I checked, October was before November. And yeah, okay. All right. So that's two of us who thought that October was before November. And they were same year, 2016. So that means that this would have happened before. Oh, he trying it. All right, buddy. I'm not going to hit myself, though, but yeah. He heard me talking shit, and he want to test my gangster. So we going to see how gangster you is. So Trump, so Steve Harvey said that, oh, he is really playing. He is really ballsy. Steve Harvey said that that couldn't happen.
Black people and it's so we can stop all this foolishness about what you're doing for black people. Can't nobody come out with no agenda and call it this for black people and expect to get in the White House.
All right, so he did say that. Can't nobody come out with no agenda, say that it's for black people, and expect to get into the White House. And yet, the man that they want to say is the worst racist man in history, Donald Trump, put out a plan for black people before he was elected into the White House. And then he, in turn, got into the White House. Steve Harvey, you're a bitch, sir. You're a bitch. And with that being said, I want you to know that Real Ones is gunning for you. Real Ones is gunning for you, sir. All right. They're not live yet, so we still got more time to kick they behind. We still got time to kick they behind. You understand what I'm saying, Rubber Band Man? Steven, stop it. Stop shucking and jiving and telling our folk that they can't get nothing for their vote or can't nobody give a plan for them or any of that stuff. Because you're lying. You're lying, sir. You're lying your ass off. You're as bad as that punk ass nigga, Dr. Umar. You know, Umar Johnson. I had a lot of respect for you at one point in life, sir. Let me get right. Let me make sure. I had a lot of respect for you at one point, sir. I thought you was someone who was really about the betterment of the black community. That's what I thought. But then I found out Rashad, I'll call you Rashad. Better yet, no. I'm not going to call you Rashad. I'm not going to call you Umar. I'm not going to call you. I'm going to call you Jermaine Shoemaker. Jermaine, the fact that you tried Lil Bruh in Albany, ran off with the check like them rappers do, taking people money, yeah, I'm gonna pull up, yeah, we gonna do that.
Women have penises.
Women shouldn't speak anyways.
And you don't, and then you ghost them. Yeah, that's some whole shit, dog. You already homemade.
Like the meat. Some of you white people too. Some of y'all look like you came from 8 Mile.
We're halfway through.
But now you run around telling people, don't do nothing if these people ain't give you nothing for your vote. These people need to talk to you. You need to get something. Donald Trump ain't talking. No, Kamala Harris ain't sitting down talking to the black community. Donald Trump ain't sitting down talking to the black community. Nigga, is you paying attention? Nigga, he went to the church in Detroit to talk to the black community, and he talked to the black people who was there. But y'all was mad because a bunch of white people was in the room.
2, 1, boom. Hotep Jesus.
How you mad because there's a bunch of white people in the room? Y'all didn't go and fill it in. Y'all didn't go handle business. If y'all would have went and talked to the man and been in there, there wouldn't have been no room for all the white folk to be in the church. Y'all didn't show up. But the people who he said he was going to talk to, they was there. The ones who accepted the table invite, they was there.
You are some kind of Hotep Jesus? Ooh,
he went to Atlanta and did the same thing with the business owners. Yes, happens all the time. Uh-oh. HJ is live. Let's go ahead and do a little bit. Uh-oh. And both them boys is there. Let's get it.
To a special
Let's
edition
go.
of the Griff Report. Hotep Debates is back.
Hotep Debates is in the building, y'all.
Today, without further ado, we have Royce White. Royce White, you guys know him, won the Republican primary, basketball star, Big 3. Shout out to Royce White. Royce White is joining the platform tonight. MLH, a.k.a. Mark Lamahill. You know him from TV and academia. And the rules are very simple. We're going to have a 3-round format. First round, we're going to have 4 minutes, 2 minutes apiece for each gentleman. Then after that, we're going to take the gloves off and allow them to spar for about 15 minutes, and in the last 15 minutes, we'll be closing arguments. And at that point, I'll be more stringent in how I allow people to speak and no cutting off. In the middle period, if they cut each other off, I'm going to let a lot of that stuff slide. I got to be honest with you because I want to see how these two intersect. If it ever becomes a point where it's the audience can't hear, then I'll jump in and say, yo, you know, and I'll be fair and say who should give their point. Okay? Let's flip a coin. Mark, what you got? Heads or tails? Or Royce, heads or tails? What you got? What you got? What'd you say, Mark? Heads?
I said tails, but I don't care. Whoever want to. You let Royce decide. He can go first or second. Let him decide.
Let him decide?
Yeah.
I like going first.
There it is. There it is. So, you guys know what the debate is. It's election 2024. Kamala versus Trump. Royce, you're definitely an advocate of Trump. Going to set the timer, 2 minutes, and tell us why you think Trump is a better option than Kamala. And you're on the clock.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it, brother. I want to say thank you to the entire audience for joining and anybody who watches it after the fact. Mark, I want to thank you for being here. I've known you for many years, so I appreciate you willing to have the debate and have the dialogue. You know, as a Senate candidate here in Minnesota, running for United States Senate, as you just said, I won my primary this last week. I'm obviously interested in...
Is that going, bro?
Articulating the efficacy and basic sanity of the America First movement, platform, and policy approach, which in many ways is you take care of home first. Taking care of home first is prudent, but also it's biologically hardwired into our DNA as humans, you could say. It's a tradition as old as time, and even on a biblical basis, the order of charity and the order of what should be your priority is that which is most local first. So I'm definitely here to advocate for the America First and MAGA policy approach. In terms of what we face, what I face as a candidate, what we face as a movement, what we face as an American society, and even more importantly, a global society, is a mainstream media and political hegemony that has tried to caricature and frame the America First movement, Donald Trump, and all supporters or candidates as being extreme. And I don't think that that's honest. I don't think it's honest in the least. I don't think it's remotely honest. You know, even more, furthermore, that same political hegemony is responsible for much of the corruption that is going on in this country for a very long time. And I plan to get into some of that as we go on throughout the debate in terms of prevailing political ideologies like the post-World War II Democrat liberal order, the role of the United Nations, military-industrial complex. These have all become themes of my campaign and candidacy, and themes that have gotten me described as a far-right conspiracy theorist and other pejoratives as well. So I'm happy to be here for the debate tonight. And again, I appreciate you. I appreciate the audience. I appreciate Mark's time. And let's get rolling.
Mark, you are on the clock, sir. 2 minutes.
You know, first I want to echo Royce's appreciation for this format, for this platform, and for him. As he mentioned, I've known him for a long time, well over a decade now, and he's been raising hell and causing problems from day one. And I always admired and appreciated that about him, because that's what we got to do, which is exactly where I begin right now. We're entering election 2024 with a clear urgency. We are on the clock as a nation, and we are on the clock as a community. I am open and honest about saying that while I care about everybody, the entire human family, my priority is Black people here in the United States. For me, caring about Black people in the United States is taking care of home. For me, the way to do that
Big facts.
is to create space to be extremist. You know, I believe that we need a radical reorganization of our society. I think that whether it's our values, whether it's our economy, whether it's our approach to solving problems, we cannot go with the status quo. We need a radical change. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump doesn't represent radical change. Donald Trump represents a deep
Don't they call us radical extremists?
conservative commitment. In other words, not changing America back to, or not changing America to something new, but if anything, making America what it used to be. Again, making America great again with a particular vision of a Reagan era greatness in mind. He ain't talking about slavery, but he's talking about the 80s. He's talking about a particular economic mode of production, a particular cultural formation. And I'm saying that doesn't work. Now, the obvious rebuttal that I would make if I were somebody is, well, what the hell is radical about Kamala Harris? What the hell is changing the status quo with Kamala Harris? The answer is simple. Nothing. Kamala Harris is not radical. Kamala Harris is the status quo. Kamala Harris is corporate. Kamala Harris does represent some of the worst excesses of our nation, just like all these corporate bought and paid for politicians do. The point for me is not to endorse Kamala Harris. The point for me, as I conclude, is simply to say that I want to create just enough space with a different Supreme Court, just enough space with protests on the street, just enough space for us to fight so that we can get rid of all these Democrats and all these Republicans ultimately and usher in a new political order. But we can't do that. We can't do that with Trump.
Can't do that with Trump. Royce, you are on the clock. Go ahead. Start right there.
Well, I would disagree fundamentally about Donald Trump. There are many things about Donald Trump and any candidate for any office that's going to mimic what the status quo has been. I don't think anybody would advocate for a complete departure from the status quo, because that would often break out into chaos. But when we talk about the ideas, the fundamental pillars of Donald Trump's presidency, his candidacy in this race, and the America First movement as a whole, the hegemony of the American permanent political class since after World War II has been the post-World War II Democrat liberal order. And that liberal order has tried to promote itself as a liberator, conveyor of freedom and hope and democracy all across the world. But what they've really brought is war. And the third rail of government, the third rail of this global corporate community, and it is a global corporate community, is the military-industrial complex. For starters, there are others as well: medical-industrial complex, media-industrial complex, central, fractional reserve banking, central banking. A lot of these institutions are a part of the same sort of scam. Now, what we believe in the America First movement is that Donald Trump's presidency and the ideas underneath it were a significant departure from that status quo in terms of America being a bastion of freedom and, furthermore, independence and self-sufficiency. When we look at the hallmark, the sort of allure or draw into that idea of globalism after World War II, it's that all of our markets are intertwined. All of us have a joined global community. All of us are dependent on one another, and we all do share a global community. But self-sufficiency has to...
Oh, no. He is cooking. He's cooking them. Don't do that.
To be the fundamental pillar of measuring whether or not we are going to be peaceful, prosperous, and so on and so forth. Individual freedom is the baseline idea of the America First movement, and we're not independent. And slowly but surely, we're losing our freedom as well. And I think Donald Trump is fighting that. Does he have flaws? Yeah. Are there things I disagree with him on? Yeah, but he didn't put us in any new wars, and he was willing to call out D.C. for exactly what it is, a part of that globalist agenda.
Cooking them.
Mark, you're on the clock.
I don't disagree that we should be withdrawing from wars, that we should be taking care of home, that we should not be investing time, energy, resources, or weapons elsewhere. I think as a general rule, minding your own business is a good way to move in the world. Royce and I are not in disagreement on that point. My problem is that what Donald Trump often talks about, and it's not just Donald Trump, it's Republicans, and frankly, it's most Democrats as well. Again, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a Green Party member who, is making some pragmatic choices this year. The problem is we say we want to leave everybody alone, but our economic investments abroad, our political economy domestically creates the very problems that we then want to run from. For example, I agree with saying, look, let's stay out of the Middle East. Let's mind our own business in the Middle East. But the problem is we fund the proxy war. The problem is we send billions of dollars to Israel every year. And so the billions of dollars we use are the very thing that creates Hamas. It's the very thing that creates resistance in the West Bank, the very thing that creates Houthi rebels.
He just had to say ass.
Creates all of these issues. I don't mean, to be clear, I don't mean we literally create them. What I mean is we energize and fund and help sustain problems. We benefit from the economic exploitation of farmers in Mexico. And then when they come across the border, we say, let's keep the illegals out. I'm saying if we want to be insular, if we really believe that we can protect our borders and really believe that we can be a nation that isn't as beholden to the global economy as we are now, then we also have to get rid of an imperialist and neo-colonialist foreign and domestic policy. And the problem is Trump wants to have it both ways. And again, he's not alone. Most politicians, Joe Biden wanted to have it both ways. You know, Kamala Harris needs to say more before I know how she wants to have it. But at the moment, he's not alone, but he absolutely represents an old political order that must be transformed.
Royce, you're on the clock. This is the beginning of the third round. Royce, it's on you.
Well, first off, I think I've gotten much of my criticism from the mainstream media for being called anti-Semitic, and my position on Israel has been that nobody gets our foreign aid without conditions. Our relationship with every single nation around this world outside the United States should be conditional, Israel included. Now, do we have a different relationship with Israel than other nations? Of course, our relationship with every nation is going to be somewhat unique. But my position on Israel is that we're funding every side of the war, and it's not the money that we give to Israel, or let's say it's not just the money we give to Israel, it's also the money that we give to all of its enemies. We're funding the Egyptians, we're funding the Qataris, we're funding the Iranians, and when we have a China-centric economy and supply chain and manufacturing base, we know that the money that goes to China from every single American citizen will end up in Iranian hands potentially because they're their biggest buyer of China is the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. And then if Iran, for example, declares war on the West, which they have, then we end up.
I'm getting high right now. Wait, what you mean?
So my other point about Israel, and I'll say this again, I've been called anti-Semitic throughout my entire candidacy here, and I think I do have a very, let's say, nuanced and reasonable approach to the Middle East and the cultural identity and history of Jews and what's going on there in the Middle East. But my basic thought goes back to being in the neighborhood. If you yell death to America and I'm American, we have a problem. Now, to what extent we need to be aggressive and come and deal with that problem on the front end is up for debate. But in general, if you yell death to America, death to the West, we have a problem. So that goes for the Iranians and Hezbollah and Hamas. And I don't care what their excuse is. You can't come to, Iglehart and Dale and St. Paul and Rondo and stand out at the beginning of my block or cul-de-sac and say, I'm going to kill everybody on this block and me not have a problem with it. Okay. And eventually, if you say it long enough, I'm going to come deal with you, whether or not the problem was actually with me or not, just out of security's sake. So that is something that has to be acknowledged. But I will say, Turkey, for example, somehow gets a pass in this entire global neoliberal order of NATO and this other, sort of global alliance where Turkey gets to yell death to the West as well. And yet they're holding on to our nuclear weapons and nobody questions whether or not they should be in NATO at all.
Land that point.
Say it again.
No, I was saying just land that point, and I'm going to go to Mark to the second half of the third round.
I'm saying, it's not just Israel and Palestine. It's not just Iran. It's not just China. Look at NATO. NATO's guilty of it as well. Look at Turkey. After October 7th, President Erdogan stands up in front of a couple 100,000 Turks and yells death to the West, cross versus crescent, and yet we allow them to stay in NATO, and we're going to keep letting them hang on to our nuclear weapons. There's a lot of hypocrisy
Mark, hop in there.
and contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shortage of American hypocrisy anywhere you go in the world, not just the Middle East, to your point. I mean, you could look in Eastern Europe, we could look in the Southern Hemisphere, we could look at South America, we could look at Central America. We could look right here in our domestic policy as well. I think we agree that the U.S. does not have clean hands. I would argue that the United States often has the dirtiest of hands. And you're right. I mean, the example you gave is actually quite apt, right? You said if somebody keeps running up on your block saying they're going to do harm to you, at some point, you're going to come outside and defend yourself, even if you started it. My point is, as the outsider, if I'm your homie, I'm going to say to you at some point, yo, bro, you started that. You can't keep starting shit and expecting people not to clap back, right? That would be my response to you. I'm saying the United States is institutionally and structurally committed to keep continuing to start shit. Some of it is the liberal ideology that we have to go and save everybody. Some of it is the cynical conservative or neoconservative ideology that we need to control everybody, even sometimes under the guise of saving them, right? Like, you know, white men saving brown women from brown men. We're gonna go and liberate the Afghans. We're gonna liberate Afghanistan. We're gonna liberate Pakistan. We're gonna liberate all these people. So I think that's absolutely correct that we have to reimagine what that looks like. But when you reimagine what that looks like, you also have to have a different vision of what the global order can look like. It has to be one where we don't completely dominate the entire world. It has to be one where people in the global south, people in the third world have access to living wages. And it does mean for everyone's collective prosperity that we may have to give a little, meaning that, yeah, them Nikes might cost a little bit more, but now children aren't working in sweatshops in Latin America, right? Yes, you know, I want the job here to stay in Ferguson so that police aren't collecting taxes on the street and shooting Mike Browns or whoever, right? You know, they're not harassing people on the street, right? Whatever you think of Mike Brown, I'm just talking about how the interaction started because of basically jaywalking, which was not something you should be taxing somebody for. But Emerson Electric left the United States and went to the Far East or the Near East. And so you end up with no jobs in a town that's broke. And then policing becomes our mechanism for collecting money. So the instruments of war, the instruments of policing, the instruments of the military and industrial complex, as you accurately pointed out, are all bound up together in a system that continues to have the dominant and the dominated. And I'm saying we have to be willing to reimagine that. And that's the ethical and moral not reform, but really radical revolution that we need. I think that where you and I probably agree the most is that we think that the current world as it is ain't working. The question for me is simply, what do we do to change it? How do we get there? And who is the best person to get us there? I don't think...
Laying your point, Mark.
I don't think Kamala Harris is the best person to get us here. I don't think Donald Trump is the best person to get us here in the context of their beliefs, ideology, or history. But we only got two practical choices right now. And for me, what Kamala Harris gives us is not a different vision, but just a little bit more space for us to fight, a little bit more space for us to have actions and programs and policies that get us somewhere. I think she can be moved in a way that the Donald can't. That's all.
All right, let's land right there. Royce, this is the top of the fourth round and final round of this series. Then we'll open it up. Royce, go ahead. You're on the clock. 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, I gotta fundamentally disagree with you on that one, Mark. I hear what you're saying, and we do have to reimagine our role in the world. First and foremost, the America First movement believes in a radical change of how we deal in the world, especially around our foreign policy and foreign trade. As far as the material issues go, I'm not even so sure we need to be getting tennis shoes or any other, casual consumer products from China whatsoever. We need to totally reimagine American manufacturing, and that's probably one of the central focuses of the America First movement. Now, if we're able to do that through the legislative branch and through cooperation, if Donald Trump is elected or when he's elected, that's another story entirely. And there's a lot of the same forces who talk about those conditions all around the world who have tried to railroad and impede America First candidates like myself who want those basic and rational changes, and they call us extremists and conspiracy theorists. I've experienced it myself now, coming through a primary and now into a general election cycle. But I got to disagree on Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on face value. There's only one president in recent memory who threatened to pull out of NATO. There's only one president who threatened to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement. There's only one president that threatened our fundamental relationship to the United Nations and these other governing bodies. There are two parties here, and as I see it, the core difference between the two party platforms, let's say Democrat and Republican, and I don't even like to go there because it's a wash. There's so much corruption on either side of the aisle. But ideologically, the fundamental difference is the Republican Party does prioritize limited government as an idea. Now, how that plays out, another debate, and nobody has a bigger problem with neocons than I do. But the Democrat Party has hung its hat on the infinite expansion of the federal government. And by proxy, now the connection to the aspiration for global government. So, you know, the Democrats and socialists and all of these people who have the populism in mind on the left can talk about that from an ideological standpoint, but from an institutional standpoint, the Democrat Party is in lockstep with the globalist agenda, and by proxy becomes in lockstep with endless wars like the one there between Russia and Ukraine.
Mark, this is the end of the fourth round. Then we'll open it up. 2 minutes. You're on the clock.
First, I think there's a contradiction between saying that you want to radically change the world and saying you're not an extremist. I think saying you want to radically change the way the world moves is an extreme position. I'm
not the way they use it, but
no. This is a free 2 minutes, no cutting off yet.
Yeah, okay. But I appreciate what your point. My point is, let's run toward it. I'm saying it's not as a debate point, but I'm saying let's run toward it. If the world is broken, you need an extreme response. Let's not let them have the language of extremism. Let's say, look, yeah, we are extreme. The world right now is on one crazy extreme, and we need to have an extreme response to it because this shit is crazy. I think that's an actual reasonable. You probably can't say this shit is crazy on a debate stage, but the rest of it you can probably rock with. When we talk about you're right. Trump has done some things that are radically different than everybody else. The Iran deal, the Paris Climate Accords, all these things. The problem is the moments where he decides to depart from the status quo, he chooses the worst possible policy choices. You know, I'll give you a concrete example. I mean, although I think the Paris Climate Accords is a great one. And when you look at the Iran deal, the global community, there's a level of consensus that the Iran nuclear deal that the entire sort of international community agreed with, in general, helped actually keep Iran manageable. It allowed for proper weapons or uranium enrichment inspections. It allowed for all the measures to keep Iran in a place of not proliferating a nuclear weapon. But you know, we could also argue again, there's a selective outrage here because we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but we're totally fine with Israel having one, even though Israel is not party to the nuclear non-proliferation agreement, even though Israel's not supposed to have one. We all know they have it. I've been by the nuclear facility myself. So but again, we're selective and we can't continue to move in that way. I think we have to think about what these deals look like. Trump took an extreme approach and said, I'm going to cut the United Nations Relief Works Agency just for Palestinians, right? That's just one example. But if we take the Palestinians off the table for a minute, although I would argue cutting UNRWA created a level of desperation and urgency that leads to October 7th, that leads to us being involved and having to spend billions of dollars, which again, if you care about domestic product, then America shouldn't be spending billions of dollars there. We should be investing in our communities. We should be investing in small businesses. We should be investing in education. We should be investing in infrastructure. But we can't do that if we keep sending money over there to fight other people's imperial wars. So at the end of the day, we have to do that, but we have to do that in the context of global community. I'm not talking about global political economy. I'm talking about global community in the sense of, I don't want to withdraw from the United Nations. I don't want to withdraw from the International Criminal Court. I don't want to be departed from the International Court of Justice.
Lay your point, Mark.
There's a way that Donald Trump doesn't want the United States to be held accountable for anything. And when you end up with systems that are only hold poor people accountable and Africans accountable and global Southerners accountable, then what you end up with is a replication of imperialism and colonialism in the 21st century.
Ladies and gentlemen, first round comes to a conclusion. We're about to open up the debates. We're going to go back to Royce and we're going to open it up real quick. Let's show some love to the people. Shout out to C. Mun Snow with the 1 sub. Kamar Daniel with the sub. Shout out for the gifted subs.
Oh, this a real hotel.
The Senator Loki with the 5 gifted subs. What up, Loki?
I'll swing over there, man.
He's a fan favorite. Shout out to Roscoe with the 10 gifted subs. Shout out to Roscoe. What up, Roscoe?
If you on Kick, you're not on Kick, you need to get on Kick. Go ahead, man, and do a couple of
Royce,
do some subscribing, man. The Griff Report.
Respond to Mark right
Give fam a subscribe, and then Protocol, man. I'm there.
Said there, but let's make a distinction. Israel has.
We'll let this play, and I'll go and pull up another Kick.
Make it seem like I'm shilling for Israel. All you have to do is go look at how much they've called me anti-Semitic and how much criticism I've had for Israel.
You can find me there. You know what I'm saying?
The narrative that exists between the West and
give me a follow, man. Get me up.
Even more.
Be over on Kick. I'm finna start doing the game thing.
And
so,
Jews,
you know,
and so on and so forth. But the one thing that I can say with 100% certainty is that the leaders of the Israeli government are not screaming publicly to annihilate any of their adversaries or enemies in that region. They have not screamed, we are going to annihilate the Iranians. We are going to annihilate. In fact, one of the hallmarks of Donald Trump's presidency was that many of the Middle Eastern leaders were ready to sign the Abraham Accords before he, was no longer in office. So there are a lot of Middle Eastern countries there that have ideological, spiritual, cultural differences than Israel, but were willing to come together in the interest of peace. Now, part of their interest was also business and global business. So you get a sort of Trojan horse in that we're furthering globalism on the back of peace. And that has been the hallmark, again, of the post-World War II Democrat liberal order. So I'm not saying that that's the best and final answer. But as far as who's allowed to have nuclear weapons or not, again, when a country's leaders openly say death to my country and death to me as a citizen, I have to take that differently than the encroachment, let's say, of Israel, rightful criticism, on their neighbors, on the Palestinians and settlements and those things are different threats and risks and let's say, different transgressions, different, national security considerations than a country that openly says death to the West every time they get a chance. I'm just not jacking that. Like, if you say I'm going to shoot you the first time I get a chance, I'm not going to let you have a pistol if I can help it. Now, if I can't help it, I got to deal with you the way that I have to. I don't have a choice in the matter. But if I have a choice, I don't want to be a part of a United Nations that pretends to oversee Iranian nuclear development, because I don't believe that they have the surveillance that they think they do. I don't. And on the same accord, and on the same line of thought, my criticism of Israel after October 7th was that they made the claim they could go into Palestine and precisely locate Hamas separate from the rest of the Palestinians, when the lead up to October 7th would suggest that they have a crisis of intelligence that didn't allow them to see the attack coming. And if you can't see the attack coming, then you can't tell me in good conscience that you can precisely go and extract Hamas from the rest of the Palestinian population. So I see the contradiction, the hypocrisy, but we are now at a stage in this country and this world community where we have to go even deeper than some of those surface issues and think about fundamental things, again, like the America First movement, the MAGA movement, and Donald Trump himself were the first manifestation of significant political momentum in this country that totally repudiated the direction that globalism and the post-World War II Democrat liberal order have taken us. And I don't think anybody can deny that. I mean, Joe Biden, Kamala, pick any one of them. They can say what they want about culture here in this country between blacks and whites and women and men, gays and straights, or the religious and atheists. But when push comes to shove, all of that ends up being WWE, so they can continue to steal your money. And they are stealing your money, and they're bragging about it. So, and if there's one thing I'll say,
Thieves and
I'll
sheep.
kick it back to Mark. If there's one constant of the post-World War II Democrat liberal order
Thieves
and this permanent
and
political
sheep.
class, the one constant is that they talk about equality, but the only thing equal that's happened is that people have gotten their money taken from them, stolen from them equally. And the justification is usually basic, universal basic income will be the end, but people's needs all around the world. Look, I want to be as helpful as possible, but when you're $36 trillion in debt, some people got to fend for themselves, and it's not a matter of choice. It's out of basic necessity and what can and can't be done.
So you said a lot of things there that are powerful and that I want to mainly disagree with. I think you're correct that all threats aren't the same. But I think that what white supremacy does, and it permeates American foreign
Here we
policy
go.
and our media discourse in such a way that the way we even talk about problems and frame problems makes brown and black people look wild and crazy and violent and reckless, and it makes white people not seem so. And the reason I give that example is, when you say, well, Hamas and Hezbollah and these other groups have very clearly said we're going to destroy the West, we're coming for the West. But Netanyahu, contrary to what you just said, absolutely has called for the destruction and devastation of the Palestinian people. You've had people in his Knesset, you've had people in his administration, you've had people in his war cabinet.
Wait a second. You think I'm a fan of Bibi Netanyahu?
No, not at all. I'm
Okay.
just challenging the facticity of the point you made that he
No,
has.
but the point, but the one distinction I'll make with that.
Let me finish the
Okay,
point.
go ahead.
I'm just going to read one quote from Netanyahu where he said, "Remember what Amalek has done to you." Right? He said Hamas is committed to completely eliminating this evil from the world.
This was after October 7th, right? I just want to get the time period right.
That's exactly right. So
but this is recent.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I could go back multiple times, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Because remember, the formation of Israel itself is not people encroaching on their neighbors as you characterize it. It was settler colonial land theft. They literally it would be like saying we encroached on the Native Americans here in America. We didn't encroach on them. We took their land. We killed them. We committed genocide. We committed ethnic cleansing. And I'm saying that that's what's happening there. And when Netanyahu uses the Bible and Amalek in the book of Samuel to talk about killing the women, the children, the infants, the babies, and his entire war cabinet does the same thing. I'm just saying, and I think you would concede this point that he's going beyond just tough talk. He's getting into the same place that all white supremacist settler colonial leaders have done. And I think you're right. You don't like Netanyahu, but I'm saying that it's not enough.
I'm not saying I don't like him. What I'll say is I take him for what he is.
Fair enough. And I'm saying that what he is just the business manager of a neo-colonial ethno-state in the same way that every U.S. president in some form or fashion is managing the same empire. And you can get different drivers, but you don't necessarily get a different direction. And to your point about how sort of the left, or not, it's not really the left, but how the Democratic Party, who I don't regard as the real left mostly, the Democratic Party has kind of replicated, or maybe even worse, in some of our most destructive foreign policies and most destructive practices as a nation. I don't disagree. I'm saying the same thing you're saying. And that's why, if it were up to me, if I were deciding my presidential choice purely based on foreign policy, I may make a different decision. So you and I might not disagree about the foreign policy. I mean, we will disagree about the foreign policy, but that's not where I hang my hat. Again, I said Black America first. I said, as a descendant of American slavery, as a Black person whose family on both sides has been here since day one, I'm saying, how do we get what's ours? I'm not asking for a handout or a check only, although I do think we deserve a check to repair the damage done. I'm also saying we need investments in our community. We need space to build. We need space to grow. And Trump isn't just pulling out of global accords. He's also leading, and this is the last thing I'll say, he's leading, and he's sanctioning, and he's normalizing a set of domestic policies that leads to an erasure of our history in schools that would remind us of the possibility of Black Wall Street. He's leading to You might disagree. I actually want to hear what you have to say about this. Okay. When I look at Moms for Liberty, when I look at Project 2025, when I look at all of these.
Come on, Mark. You're my guy. Don't be doing that on this podcast, man.
These attempts to silence free speech and dissent. I'm saying, look, baby, we have to do better than this. And I'm saying, I want to hold space for Black people to do for self, but we can't do for self if we close the opportunities.
You my guy. You know, I've known you a long time, but first off, let's take this one piece at a time. Let me start with the Israel piece again. I think you proved my point. Is there a hatred on both sides? Absolutely. Is it a passionate hatred that stems back since time immemorial? Absolutely. It goes back well before the formation of Israel, the modern formation of Israel. It goes all the way back to the days of the Bible. We all know that history, or at least you should, or you're not really informed about the situation there geographically, culturally, religiously, so on and so forth. But let's be clear. You kind of made my point, because although Bibi Netanyahu has said those things, you also affirm that Israel has had the capacity to carry out that destruction for a very long time with the help of their Western allies, their American allies, or as you put it, their neo-colonial allies. They've had the military capacity to actually carry out that destruction and killing of their enemies and their neighbors, and they have not done it. Now, whether or not the Iranians or the rest of those Middle Eastern countries who are adversarial to Israel had that capacity and wouldn't do it, seems like an entirely different question. And when I look at the uprisings and revolutions,
I'm taking notes right now, Fuego,
from Middle Eastern countries, but also from immigrant communities now all across Europe, as we're seeing, and even here in America, when we look at the pro-Hamas protests and rallies, I don't see the same sort of restraint. And maybe, and you could rightfully say that the role that the Americans, or that the military industrial complex has played in the history or the trajectory of how Middle Easterns or Arabs or Muslims view the West America rightfully has them angry, resentful with the West. But the fundamental question still stands of, because we do have a duty to protect our citizens and our country first, we cannot be so responsible for our history. We cannot be so accountable to our history that we open ourselves up to annihilation today. And I think Israel is kind of in the same catch-22. And so, but going on from Israel, because I don't want to make it a Israel-Hamas, debate. It's not clear to me at all that the way you frame this history is in favor of the Democrats whatsoever. In fact, if we talk about neo-colonialism and the colonial empire, we're talking about the British Empire. We're talking about post-World War II Democrat liberal order again that was, instituted by a document or a doctrine like the Atlantic Charter, which was between Winston Churchill and Roosevelt. And the agreement there in the Atlantic Charter was that the British would relinquish their colonial empire, at least on paper. Now, everybody still bowed to the Commonwealth and pays their allegiance to the Queen, now the King. But that was the idea, that British colonial power had wreaked havoc and created this disparity all around the world. And now America, as this rising power and sort of military and economic hegemony, would restructure that, would reorder that, would re-even the playing field and kind of give a catharsis for all of those who felt a sense of injustice and wrongdoing and unfairness leading up to that point. Hopefully we wouldn't have another world war. That was the conventional wisdom. However, the British sent their academics into our universities. That was the great trick. And so we ended up defending, I agree with you, the interest of Great Britain and a British Empire where the sun never sets is the conventional wisdom or thinking about how the British view this, is that the sun never sets on the British Empire. So we have defended a colonial empire, and not to our own interests. And much of what my message and candidacy has been about, going around a place like Minnesota, which is 80% white, is to tell white Americans, you're not European. You're not European American, but also I'm not African. I'm not African American. I'm American. You're American. We're American. You're white. I'm black. There's a difference. Being African and being black ain't the same. Being white and being European ain't the same. And you can only see it that way if you view the inception of America and its founding values and documents and fundamental ideas.
Now, what did I open the show up with, guys?
As being pivotal, as being central to what we have to protect.
Being caught up in race
of the history, and so
not paying attention to our nationality. What did I open the show up with? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Is that there is now a sort of three-way hegemony of neoliberal, neoconservative, and neo-Marxists that protect this world order in one fashion or another. They play three-card Monte and shell games to hide themselves on any side of cultural wedge issues, but the aim is the same. The aim is that there are ideas about America and American citizenship that are unique, separate from that neo-colonial history. And those ideas are separate. Remember, we fought a revolutionary war to defect from the crown. So to talk about white supremacy, whiteness, or America as being, tacitly sort of incorporable to the entirety of Western civilization is intellectually dishonest, because we fought a revolutionary war and instituted a constitution that greatly separates us from our British and European counterparts, although we didn't uphold that. And I agree. And that's what we need to get back to. And that's a part of what Donald Trump is saying when he says, make America great again. It's not about the cultural sort of formation under Reagan. Maybe some people may mean it that way when they say it that way or they view it that way, but great leaders have to distinguish the facts. What we're saying is that one of the fundamental ideas of us defecting from the crown was that we would have independence, that we would have self-sufficiency, that we were going to departure from a divine right of kings because of the corruption of the church. And that in doing so, if we had a nation of shopkeepers, agrarian farmers fortified by the Second Amendment, we'd have a safeguard against economic imperialism. Now, many of our neocon, neoliberal, neo-Marxists have often let's say, sold those ideas out to cross over back into a globalist agenda for their own political and financial gain. I agree with that. But let's not talk about it just in the framework of white supremacy and neocolonialism. And look, I understand racism as much as anybody. However, the business models, the ideas, the anti-American sentiment is not just along racial lines. There were Chinese, and when you say a neo-colonial, look, if you're going to talk about the British Empire, and you're going to talk about the neo-colonial system or the way that their structure of government or their business model, and the colonial business model by my measure was drugs, piracy, slavery. They're not the only ones who are guilty of that in history. They just perfected it. So we all are kind of mad around the world that they did it better than everybody else. And I don't say that to pat them on the back. I'm just speaking facts. But the Russians were influenced by it. The Chinese have been influenced by it. Many of the African nations have been influenced by it, and many of them continue to play the same game. My real critique,
I think
black folks who criticize the Jewish lobby, let's say, for example, and I have friends like Kyrie Irving, I know him personally, who came under that scrutiny. My criticism of us, even here in America as blacks, is whatever you say that the Jewish lobby or Jewish elites or Jewish international businessmen have participated in or perpetrated, you can't say it without rightfully placing some of the culpability on us for willfully participating. And that has to do with entertainment, maybe first and foremost. You know this better than anybody. You can't talk about the Jewish elites in entertainment and not talk about the black bourgeoisie who took the money. And the point of that is that your American values, basic ideas, are that we are independent and that the morals and ethics come before the financial and political interest. We have to get back to that. We have to get back to that.
So you said, again, a bunch of things, some of which I agree with this time, a lot of which I think is still off base. I like you, I don't want to make it an Israel thing, but I just want to push back a little bit because I think it ignores American culpability here. This isn't a battle or a fight that goes back since the Bible. This is a battle and fight that goes back to the end of the 19th century, and it's directly connected to the issue of colonialism. You know, when you look in,
but wait a second. You reference. Wait a minute. You reference. I'm gonna let you go, but I gotta stop because I gotta stay oriented here. You referenced Bibi Netanyahu, who was referencing the Amalek, which is an Old Testament biblical reference. So obviously he was trying to invoke a biblical sort of framework for the battle between. Okay.
But that's the sleight of hand of political.
Oh, you're
Zionism.
saying that's dishonest?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm saying that's dishonest. That's the sleight of hand of political Zionism. It's a settler colonial movement that begins in around 1893-ish. And what they do, and most of them were secular, most of them weren't even religious, but what they did was they were getting.
For sure. I'm in total agreement about this.
They were kicked out of the burning buildings of Europe. They were kicked out of these places, and they landed on the backs of Palestinian people in what was then Ottoman Palestine, eventually became British or the British Mandate for Palestine, which was again an attempt to transition from the old school colonial model into something else. But they didn't believe that black and brown people could just be free. So we needed protectorates. We needed mandate systems. They needed to be our paternalistic guardians until we were ready for freedom. And at this whole time, while we were getting ready for freedom, they were exploiting the land. They were taking more stuff. And so the Zionist movement was not largely a religious movement, although there were significant religious dimensions to it. This is a political movement.
Mark, I gotta hop in right here and say, get to the part where you disagree, because we all know Royce's opinion on this topic of Israel.
Right, but what I'm saying right now is,
everything you're saying right now, he's gonna be like, yep. So just jump to the part with his disagreement.
Well, he said that it went back to the Bible, and I'm showing how it didn't. So I'm explicitly right now showing my disagreement. So what I'm saying is that, and it's important, and you'll understand if you let me finish why I'm saying that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying that because by framing it as a political movement rather than a religious movement, now we have to look at the political actors that get us there. And the political actors that get us there are the British. But after World War II, to Royce's point, now all of a sudden, the United States is the hegemon. Now all of a sudden, the United States is the dominant force. And so when I say that we have a duty, I'm disagreeing also with the idea that we can't be too beholden to our history, because one, it's not a deep history, it's a recent history. But history is both compels us to change course, and two, it makes us accountable. Saying that history, we can't be too beholden collectively to our history is how we don't get reparations. Saying we can't be too beholden to our history is how we ignore how Black Wall Street was destroyed. It's how we ignore how Black fathers were taken out of our homes through a variety of
None of us disagree on that.
We can't continue to ignore history. Now, which takes me to the next point that I disagree with that you just said. I don't pretend that any of these mainstream corporate political parties have a stranglehold on the truth or that they have the moral high ground, right? I'm saying that right now, there are a set of political movements that are explicitly trying to take things away from our educational system, trying to take things out of our communities. And here's the thing, I don't
Mark,
necessarily...
don't be doing that. Why are you doing that?
Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because, and let me be clear, I don't necessarily think that Donald Trump gives a shit about any of this. I don't necessarily think that Donald Trump goes home and says, let me figure out how to get Black history out of school. I don't think he necessarily says, let me figure out how to tear down some or keep up some Confederate
Mark.
I think what's happening, let me make the point before you disagree.
Okay.
I'm saying that Donald Trump is very cynical politically, and he knows that he can form a winning political coalition, much like Bibi Netanyahu, by getting the right wingers, by getting the people who want to stop, who hate transgender bathrooms or gender neutral bathrooms, get the people who want open.
Mark, come on, man.
And what I'm saying is, if you get this coalition of people together, you can win the presidency, but the question becomes what's at stake. And for me, what's at stake is we lose a sense of who we are, we lose the ability to course correct, we lose our moral high ground, and it undermines the most vulnerable people, and particularly Black people, because I can't, and this is my last sentence, I can't make
go ahead.
Case for reparations if I can't show the impact that chattel slavery had on my people as a descendant of slavery. I can't make that claim if they're trying to turn the faucet.
All right, I'm going to put us back a second or two. Guys, didn't Donald Trump sign something called the 400 Years of African American History Act, where they wanted and looked and asked for our history, including chattel slavery? Let's find out.
Contradiction of the Democrat, liberal.
Oh, it don't go back and play.
Left ideology. You make the claim that we
I don't like
allow our border to be open so that people have the opportunity to pursue freedom, democracy, and prosperity in our country, which I know you've talked about is an issue for you, I would think, as well.
That's not my position. That's actually not my position. But
okay, but that if you have an open border and 22 illegal immigrants displace Black folks in a significant way, both culturally, politically, geographically, you do have an issue in Black communities by illegal immigration, whether people.
That's not my position.
That's fine. That's fine. But okay, maybe you don't agree with that. That's fine. But my point. Okay, my point is this: the Jews were, in many ways, when you just said yourself that they were kicked out of different European countries for whatever reason,
Anti-Semitism.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the point is that they were kicked out of countries mostly by a coordinated effort from the government leaders, from political leaders, or from political movements. They were kicked out of those countries, and they found safe haven, or they were given safe haven, let's say, by the British after World War II there in Israel, and now they mean to hold on to that by fighting by any means necessary. It's the same claim that we make that Hamas or that the illegal immigrants from South America or wherever else they're coming from now, Syria, China, for some odd reason, their economy is doing better than ours by most metrics, yet we're allowing Chinese nationals to come across our border, which is complete lunacy. But we make the argument, or I shouldn't say we, the Democrat, liberal, progressive, woke world order makes the argument that we should allow that because these people come from a victim, they come from a place where they've been victimized by their recent political power or historical political power. So how can we say both things at the same time? How can we say the Jews don't have the right to fight for their own little piece of the pie and things at all costs, but yet we should allow Chinese nationals to come across our southern border in pursuit of freedom and the American dream?
Well,
that doesn't square.
No, it totally squares because you're comparing apples and oranges here, right? If you're talking, if you're again, no one has an issue. Even Palestinians themselves had an issue with Jews immigrating to Palestine. There had always been Jews in Palestine. There have been Jews in Palestine since there's been a Palestine. There have been Jews in Palestine since it was Israel. There's Jews in Palestine since it was Canaan. They've always been there. The issue was not inclusion. The issue was the lack of shared land, but instead a commitment to domination. In other words, you can come in, but you can't kick me out too. If I say, If I say Uncle Hotep,
but you're saying that illegal immigrants from Southern America or Central America could come into Chicago and effectively with the government and help Democrats like Kamala Harris kick black folks out of our communities.
and I'm saying, and again,
The Democrats and the liberals and the globalists are settling illegal immigrants in black communities right now.
Hear what I'm saying? But that's not my position. Again, it's a straw man. I don't. The position you're disagreeing with and saying doesn't make sense isn't my position. You're debating somebody.
No,
else.
I know, but I'm talking about the contradiction of it.
But I'm saying it's not a contradiction for me because
You're saying that the British Empire and the neocolonial world order is wrong for taking the Jews into or supporting the Jews displacing Palestinians, but we should allow Southern Americans or Chinese nationals to displace black people in America. What am I missing?
The second part of that thing, that this happens, but this, I'm not saying the second thing. You're taking a liberal talking point and assuming that I echo the liberal talking point. That's
I'm not. I'm just no, I'm not doing that. What I'm doing is articulating the difference between. I'm still back to some of the first conversation where I'm trying to articulate the difference between America first and the rest of the neoliberal, neo-Marxist, neoconservative world order.
I keep saying that's not my position, but I'm not telling you what my position, my actual ideological stance is. So let me be clear.
Go ahead.
First, a couple of things. One, to the first part of what you said, the difference is if Palestinians said we want to let
let's see what the chat talking about.
Zionists in fully, or by whatever measure, or at the time it was the government, the British government, or the British mandate allowed immigration until the white paper in the late 30s. Point being, if a nation says we want to let people in, that's different than if a nation says we don't want to let people in. If the indigenous people of the land say we don't want you here, and outside forces impose them upon you, that's where the moral and ethical outrage comes.
That's what's happening here.
I know. Hear me out.
Okay.
What you're saying is, why is it okay to be outraged about that, but not okay to be outraged about what's happening to black people in the United States? I understand the question. What I'm saying is, I am not without outrage about what's happening to black people in the United States. That's my point.
So you agree? You agree we should close the border?
I agree that we have to do one of two things. Okay. And this goes back to my initial point. We can't throw.
I'm just saying. I just asked that question and posed it because if we're saying this is an issue and the border is an issue, then there's no way you could be for Kamala because she has no interest in that whatsoever.
You'll understand exactly where I'm coming from.
Let's go. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that the if we had not exploited and caused the push, then I would not be demanding that people are pulled in. What I'm saying is, I can't kick you out and then not provide you somewhere to stay. That's the point I'm making. So to me, if we're talking about our actual political vision.
So then you just absolve, but wait a minute, you just absolved the neo.
You got just hear me out and you'll understand.
I'm just trying to stay oriented.
Let me do this.
Don't be in my thing. Hold on, I'll say this to you. I'm not trying to interrupt you to be adversarial. What I'm trying to do is stay oriented within these little segments. And if you talk about too many things at once, I'm not in a rush here. We could go for 2 hours. It doesn't matter to me. My point is, by my measure, so I can follow you, you just absolved the neo-colonial empire of giving the Jews land, because if you kick them out like the Europeans did, you just said that, then you're now responsible for giving them land.
And that's the difference. That's what I'm saying. Hear me out. The British are responsible and the Europeans are responsible for kicking the Jews out, but they didn't take the Jews in. They sent them to somebody else's crib.
No, wait, and that's where the distinction is. Hold on, hold on, wait a second.
No.
Go ahead. You go ahead. I'll wait. Don't worry about it.
You once. Just let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying.
Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
Nigga, points be 5 minutes afterwards.
And wrongly, I'm saying you have responsibility to take them in. If I kick Uncle Hotep out the crib, I can't say, Royce, I kicked this nigga out the crib. You got to take him. No, you got to take him. And what I'm saying,
that happens all the time in black families and black communities.
I agree. And what I'm saying is, I
can't handle this dude no more, but he does need somewhere to stay. You got to take him.
Right, but it's not the other person's duty more than mine. And what I'm saying is, the United States is the difference is, I'm saying the United States, we're doing the kicking out, and so then we have to do something. I'm not saying the answer has to even be an open border. I'm saying what I prefer to see.
But what did we do to the Southern Americans in the
what the fuck is return to Mexico, bitch?
Is sensible and humane trade policy that just like you said earlier.
Return to Mexico, you stupid fucker.
On conquering the global empire, but it's focused on keeping American jobs here. That's focused on making sure the people here have food, clothing, and shelter.
Hey man, you sending me your worst people.
What I do,
I'm about to send them back. Bitch, you take them back. I ain't giving you no more money. I think that's what Trump said.
Have prosperity here because now I'm responsible for why they're leaving. So I'm saying if we fix the problem at the top, we don't need an open border. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you.
That's what I'm finished. I'm like, I don't think we're disagreeing.
No. Well, we're not disagreeing. I'm just getting the details out. But one thing I want to go back and talk about the Jewish thing again, and I just want to touch on a piece of history. But first, again, you are making my point. If there is one thing that can be measured, that can be articulated about the post-World War II Democrat liberal order, and like you said, the political figureheads that helped us get where we are, then the Henry Kissingers, who may have been a whisperer to neoconservative, or I mean, not neoconservatives going forward, but Richard Nixon when he was in the office. But anyway, Kissinger's ideology, Mika Brzezinski's dad, Zbigniew Brzezinski's ideology, Klaus Schwab's ideology are all the ideologies that led to this entanglement of foreign markets, and their thought leadership still directs the Democrat Party today. In fact, not only does it direct the Democrat Party broadly, it directs Kamala Harris and Joe Biden specifically. So there's no way that you could say this entanglement of international and foreign markets has any chance of being disrupted as a matter of status quo if we put the people in who openly bow to the altar of the people and the figureheads and thought leaders who created the structure.
I agree. So, then we're left with two impossible, from my perspective.
But they hate Donald Trump. Kissinger, Brzezinski, Klaus Schwab, they all regard libertarianism as a dog whistle for MAGA and, Republican.
I think that's right. I think that's right. Not their perspective, but I think your analysis of their perspective is accurate.
Right.
I think where
one other thing though, I want to go back to the Jewish history first. My read of this is that we have gotten caught up in this conflict so much that people are taking pieces and bits and pieces along the way, and we don't look at the totality of history since the
Mark don't like getting interrupted, but he want to interrupt bros.
Of the or let's go back to the first Roman-Jewish war. Let's go post-Christ. And first of all, when you can't even talk about the Bible, that's sort of a sleight of hand to not really talk about the full context of what's going on there in the Middle East, because this history does go back to the biblical days. And let's follow the trajectory now. We say that this wasn't a recent thing. The Jewish-Roman War. This is the first point you have to bring about this conflict there in the Middle East. And I say that because to go back to what you were saying, what we have to be responsible for because we kicked them out. The Roman Empire would then later become the British Empire by many historical standards. I think you would agree, but that's part of that neo-colonial Western Westphalian history is that the Roman Empire fell and then later on it would become the British Empire. But the point I'm making is that during the first Roman and Jewish war, they owned that land. Even during the days of Christ, that land was occupied by the Romans. Now, if you're going to make the case that going all the way back to the Roman Empire, there's an illegitimacy to how that land was handled, well, then you're in agreement with Christ. And I don't understand why so many leftists and progressives that would make certain arguments wouldn't want to acknowledge that Christ was in opposition to the establishment like the Roman Empire hegemony. But nevertheless, I'll say, again, the Romans were in charge of that land. They owned that land. They occupied that land. That was Roman land. Regardless of how the Jews felt about the land, regardless of how the Jews felt about Israel and Judea or Palestine, the Romans owned that land. There's no historical debate about that. When the Jews rose up after Christ died, and they had the first Jewish-Roman Revolutionary War, the Jews lost that war, okay? They lost that war and they were expelled into the diaspora. The Jews at that time had the namesake of those two territories, Judea and Israel. After they were expelled out for revolting against the Roman Empire based on taxes, the Romans, out of spite, renamed that territory Syria-Palestina. And from there on is when that land had the historical prominence of the beginnings of the name Palestine. And look, I'm just saying that to give the history. Now, the Jews go out of the diaspora. Some of them go into, what is known as Babylon, and that's where you get the Talmud and some of those Jewish variations of their religious and faith and cultural background. Some of them went up into Russia, Ukraine, and some of them went into Rome. And some of them, went up through Asia Minor and into Europe. And this was the start of the spread of Christianity. My point is that there's a history there. There's a history that you can follow of where the Jews went. So I just don't see it as fair now, after the fact, to go back and say, oh, well, the Jews were kicked out, and so, you know, the British aren't responsible for giving them a land by your standard. The Romans, and then which became the British and the European neo-colonial empire, had control of that whole situation from the days of Christ. And they let whatever happened take place. So they are culpable to solve that issue. And the way they solved the issue wasn't right. The way they solved the issue was to use that area as a means to justify the expansion of the exact same ideology. And that is my criticism of the post-World War II Democrat liberal order and Israel as a foreign policy in the broadest sense, is that, yes, the Jews were genocided, were persecuted since the days of Christ, but it's not about the tragedy, it's how tragedy is used. The British and the rest of the new globally constructed hegemony of the post-World War II Democrat liberal order used the Jewish identity, history, and existence to further their own political agenda. And a lot of us in the America First movement reject that. And when Donald Trump says he wants to pull out of NATO, when Donald Trump criticizes the United Nations, even if he puts the temple, the embassy there in Jerusalem, he is effectively challenging the status quo that has propped up Israel,
violating international law
improperly.
Yeah, so there's a few things. I mean, there's so much.
Because NATO, you would agree that NATO is basically set up in many ways to protect the interests of Israel just as much as Europe.
Oh, I mean, there is no.
So if you threaten to pull out of NATO, you're actually challenging that global narrative.
Not when you're augmenting that suggested policy with an open, unconditional checkbook, with endless weaponry, with a commitment legally and politically to maintaining Israel's qualitative military edge.
Yeah, Royce a beast.
What Trump has said is, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that Israel is strong and stable and lives forever. He said that as recently as yesterday, and I'm saying that is fundamentally a problem. I don't want to debate too much the Jewish history, just because I don't want to get, because I don't think we disagree on some key parts of that, but I don't think they're substantive enough. I don't think they get us anywhere.
Okay, yep.
Go ahead. I want to stick at the borders. I think
go back to the globalist thing with Klaus Schwab and Zbigniew Brzezinski and how the Democrats are lockstep. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to go back to the Romans.
Yeah, I got you.
But what I would say is, again, I think you made an interesting point about Kamala Harris, and you said, you know, she doesn't have I'm not quoting you literally, but you basically said, if you're choosing Kamala Harris because of her border success or her border skills or border positions, that seems to be contradictory and problematic. I think you're right. I agree. I was the loudest critic of Kamala Harris on her border policies. You know, although when she yelled, "Don't
now
come,"
you glazing her,
that probably was the closest thing you had to agreeing with her on some of this stuff. But I think the challenge for me.
Yeah, I thought she was just doing that for effect, but yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I agree with the sentiment.
Completely.
I don't think anybody believes that was her genuine position on the matter.
I don't know.
It was more of a panic of political posturing, but I get what you're saying.
I frankly don't know what Kamala Harris's feelings are, and I can only go by people's political statements. Just like with Donald Trump, I don't try to assess Donald Trump's feelings. I try to assess what they say, because there are people who look at Donald Trump and say,
or the results. That we can look at results and infer the motive too.
And that's what I'm saying. Both of these candidates, to me, in general, represent the status quo. Both of them have some positions that are different than the status quo, and that move them outside of the status quo. But fundamentally, America is not going to be radically reimagined or reshaped with either person, which is why, as a person who embraces and identifies with the radical tradition, I don't think that voting is the primary way to radically transform America. And when I look at MAGA, when I look at the right-wing movements, when I look at Moms for Liberty, I mean, what the right wing has demonstrated is that the way to win is not just to vote every 4 years and sit back home and watch TV. It's to organize. It's to join school boards. It's to control media. It's to control social media. It's to shape hearts and minds. It's to shift curriculum. There's a mass movement out there, and so for me, I find that interesting and frankly impressive. So what I want to do is not.
So how's that not radically changing
I don't
shit?
want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I want to as someone on the left, I want to adopt those approaches. I want to shift those things. I have no illusions that Kamala Harris is going to bring me some major left-wing revolution because she's not a leftist. She's not a radical. I would argue she's not a progressive. What I want, again, as I said at the beginning, is
she's worse. She's a chameleon. There's nothing worse.
I think all politicians are, frankly. I think if I look at Donald Trump's statements,
not me. You're looking at a new one, so give me some credit.
But you're, Fred, but you are not a I'm talking about all corporate.
I know what you mean. I'm just messing with you, man.
I know. I want to be clear about that. You know, I may disagree with you on some points fundamentally, but I think you believe everything you're saying, and I think you're not afraid to say what you believe. I think that politicians get elected to get reelected, Democrat and Republican, and they'll say whatever they got to do to get where they want to be. And for me, Kamala Harris isn't different than that. Again, I'm not. And
Royce is running for office, though.
I'll be 46 this year. I have voted for 2 Democrats in my life, and I've been voting since I was 18. So it's not like I just have some abiding faith in Democrats. I typically don't support them. I just feel like at this juncture in history, there's an opportunity to build the
man, that shit's some bullshit.
Movement. There's an opportunity
I'll smack him.
to fight and struggle in the grassroots movement to win. There's an opportunity to change hearts and minds, to shift curriculum, to do all the things that the left has been doing. I mean, the right to do all the things the right has been doing successfully for decades. I want to start doing, and I feel like my political vision is more easily attainable under Kamala than under Donald. Not because I think she's down with my political vision any more than Trump is, but because I think she's a little bit closer to mine.
You know, Mark, I like you. You know, you don't believe it. Listen, do you view?
I do believe that.
Get his ass.
I know you have to say, and I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I kind of am, but I know you intellectually you're trying to defend that ground. But again, we come back to this juncture.
Which ground? Just so I'm clear, I'm not sure.
Ground where you're defending that Kamala's a choice. I get it. My point is this. We come back to this.
I'm not saying she's the choice. I'm saying she's my choice. I don't. There are people.
No, you're saying that she's the choice that brings us closer to radical change. That's
no,
nigga. That's what you said.
She doesn't bring us closer to radical change.
Nigga, that's what you just said.
Then Trump does. You mean she does? You're saying she does?
I think she can create the conditions on the ground for people who want radical change to operate.
Tomato. Come on.
No. It's not tomato because I don't want people watching this to believe that you can vote your way to freedom.
Oh, okay. Amen. Amen.
That's all I'm saying. That's why it's not a distinction without a difference. I'm saying,
okay,
I want to be very clear about that. I don't believe.
But I'm saying politically, you believe she's the choice that brings us closer to radical change. You're saying in the final analysis, American citizenship.
I believe our interests are better served. I believe our interests are better served by making that choice. I think that's
okay. Can I ask you this question? Let me just ask. Let me ask you this question. Does it hold up? First of all, when you say third party, let's never forget that the MAGA movement is the genuine and most effective third party to arise in this country's recent political history. The reason you can tell is because upon Donald Trump's arrival and the rise of the MAGA movement, it didn't co-opted it.
We co-opted.
First, before you say that, it didn't garner the opposition from the Democrats. It didn't garner the opposition from the Clintons and the Obamas and the Bidens and the Pelosi's. The first people to oppose him was the neocon apparatus and apparatchiks in the Republican Party, like Bush, the Bush junta. They were the first ones to oppose Donald Trump, which by my standards, could classify Donald Trump and this MAGA movement as a genuine third party. What I think you have a problem seeing or acknowledging,
I would say Tea Party. It was kind of
yes, the predicate was Tea Party for sure.
But I would generally agree with your point there. I think you're.
But my point is that all these other third parties seem to have a sort of resentment and jealousy and don't want to acknowledge the MAGA movement as a genuine third party because we've done what they've been afraid to do, and that's actually go into a party, mobilize, organize, generate grassroots momentum to actually take the party. And the MAGA movement.
But hear what I said. Remember what I just said? I said I saw what they did. I watched them play the long game. I watched their strategies in and outside the voting. And I'm not saying I'm not giving them credit.
But my point is, if you're not,
I want to do the same thing.
I'm saying it for a reason on a political basis. Fundamentally, if your allegiance right now is to the idea that only third parties that break from the bifurcated two political party hegemony, then just on a principled basis about how you feel regarding parties and third parties, if you acknowledge that the MAGA movement is the genuine third party in the race right now that has risen up in recent history, then you should be placing your vote for the MAGA movement.
Here's why it doesn't make sense. Two things. One, just because it's an effective third party doesn't mean that I agree with the ideology, right?
Okay.
So you're effective, but we don't share the same values.
Good. So now we're getting back to the ideas. I'm glad. Okay.
Yeah. So
So he shares the same values of Kamala.
About party and which, structures and power bases have the chance to change things. It's not about that. We're getting back to ideology. Let's go
I
there.
support it because remember the MAGA movement could have also infiltrated the Democrats, but they didn't.
Easily could have. Yeah.
But they made the decision to infiltrate.
Not so easy though. I disagree with you. We couldn't have done it the same way.
I didn't say easy.
And I wouldn't call it infiltrate. Well, let me qualify this. First of all, I got to reject you on this on the outset just because I'm running and I don't want to misrepresent the party, the Republican Party or the base. Let's be clear. The conservative and neoconservative takeover of the Republican Party and republicanism was a departure from the fundamental ideas of that ideology. The MAGA movement restored more of that genuine ideological framework of republicanism, limited government, self-government. It's not really that we hijacked or infiltrated the Republican Party. Let's say we clarified things.
We clarified things and went back home. That's right.
I think you hijacked it to bring it back to what you thought it should be, the original values, right? I mean, that would be the argument.
Right. Okay.
But I don't want to quibble, but because again,
I was just making the point, and the reason I say this is because I think most Black people in our country rightly associate the Republican Party brand with figures like George Bush. Now, they may loosely know individuals like Mitchell McConnell and Kevin McCarthy and those people as well, but all of those forces are hostile to candidates like me. They don't want to see me in. So if your depiction or picture of the Republican Party, the titular Republican Party, is political icons like Bush and even Reagan some, and the conservative movement is only since the inception of Barry Goldwater, not conservatism, but the conservative political movement has only been around since Goldwater and Nixon, so it's not that old. Republicanism goes all the way back to Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves. So for the MAGA movement to get closer back to the fundamental root ideas of republicanism was a departure from the Republican Party, again, for Black people to understand when you vote for Donald Trump, you're not voting for George Bush.
Amazing distinction.
Right. Oh, they hate your asses for real. But that's kind of where I'm going. Because I said there were two reasons. One was we don't share.
Would you take Bush over? Would you take Trump over Bush?
Oh, hold on. I'll answer that. I'm not avoiding it. But I never got to the second point. One was an ideological thing. Second is because you all found your home inside the Republican Party. There's a strategic home. For me, at the end of the day, there's a strategic contradiction there, or challenge, I should say. For me, I don't care the names of these parties. I don't care about any of that stuff. I want Black people to be free. I want us to live the best, most ambitious, most successful, most prosperous lives that we can. I want that for the whole human family. But again, Black folk are my priority. That's what I want. I don't care what party. You could call a party anything. But the reason why I think the difference, again, I recognize that third parties, that there are multiple third parties in the Tea Party and then ultimately the MAGA movement as a response to lots of things, including the election of Obama, creates this opportunity for an outside agitator, an outside
rightfully so,
an outside political movement to pull a party in its direction. I want to pull a party in my direction. I'm not pulling the Republicans to the right, but I can pull the Democrats to the left. To get, that's what we were trying to do just 2 weeks ago.
It doesn't sound like you're pulling people to the left to me. That's not my read of the things you're saying. What the things that you seem to want. First of all, let's not do left or right. And even my mentor, Steve Bannon, is unjustly incarcerated because he is considered the intellectual thought leader of this nationalist populist movement, not only here in America, but all around the world, and specifically has tried to liaison to Black and Hispanic working class citizens to join the party, which had been kept out, stonewalled culturally by the titular heads of the Republican Party for many, many years. And that's part of the reason why we have this sort of racial divide of Democrats and Republicans. But he has always said that we're so far right, we're almost left. And
right, but that's why mostly I've only been responding to your ideas. So I could see why it may sound like we're not that far apart because I haven't expressed as many of mine. So for example, I believe in the abolition of prisons. Right? I believe that we can imagine and construct a world without prisons.
Prisons.
Yeah, that is absolutely a left-wing position. That's not if I were to say I want us to end all these senseless wars, the so-called right and the so-called left, we'd probably meet that horseshoe theory. We'd probably meet and connect and say for different reasons, maybe we'd be like, look, mind our own business or whatever. It costs too much, whatever. Same thing with
prisons.
There's a way with prison reform. We also may have that argument, right? Conservatives
Mark, you from Philly, man.
Yeah.
You from Philly, man. I lived in Philly, man. That's where we first met. You remember when we first met in Philly?
Yeah.
Ain't no black people down there in Philly that would suggest that there are some people out there who are completely
not true.
psychopathic that
There's a
need
huge
to be
abolitionist
locked
movement
up.
here.
There's some people out there who are completely and utterly violent, predatory, and psychopathic that need to be locked up. Now, whether you argue that every violent offense could be categorized as mental illness or mental health issue, I would agree with that. Now, I would save some, wait a second. I would save some room to say that some of the violent sort of disanchored behavior starts to move into the demonic. Now, I know that's where many of the seculars would deviate and say, well, there is no such thing as the demonic. But fine, if you say that, I don't agree, and we'll fundamentally disagree forever. But okay, let's say that most violence generates from a place of psychological illness, mental illness, psychological unwellness. Fine, I can even go there. Now, if we're going to say that we're going to open up mental health institutions, you're not really saying we're abolishing prisons. You're saying we're going to call them something else. And that is a hallmark of the sort of sleight of hand that the left and the globalists do. Because at what point does a mental health... In fact, the left were responsible for closing the mental health institutions on the basis that they had become inhumane means of locking people up. So what do we do if no prisons with the people who are completely violent and psychopathic?
So a couple of
mental health institutions are out. That became that was worse than the prisons. They closed those down because they said those were worse than the prisons. So what are we doing with the young 18-year-old who, for whatever reason, has convinced himself in his mind that walking around with a semi-automatic pistol with an adjustment that turns it into an automatic pistol? What do we do when he shoots 3 kids innocently at a barbecue?
Yeah, I think you're asking.
And I feel bad for him. I feel bad that his mental state has gotten him to a place where he thinks that's his only option. But I'm not so empathomanic. That's my own word. I just made it up. I don't want people to think I'm trying to stun or nothing. I'm not so empathomanic that I'm going to let him walk the streets out of my desire for some greater global utopia. That's not reasonable. That's not rational. That's like saying we're going to give the Iranians, or let's say Kim Jong-un, who the left often criticizes Trump for saying I have a better relationship with him than other world leaders, we're going to let the North Koreans have unconstrained access to nuclear weapons because all of our impulse towards violence stems from mental illness. I mean, if we're going to do that, and I say this for a reason. I'm not just going on a tangent. I promise you that I'm pointing this out for a reason, because it points to a sort of spiritual impulse of what you have identified as the leftist revolutionary movements. And I like you. We're boys. If we weren't talking politics, we could hang out all day. But we have to get down to the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is, party or not, let's talk ideology. The ideology that has...
ideology. Let me respond to what you said about, because you raised the question, and that's how we get lost, right? So let me respond. I want you to hear me out. Okay. So a couple of things. One, abolition first, it's not a sleight of hand, to be clear. I agree that if we say it's mental health and we lock everybody up in mental health facilities, you still have it's the prison by another name. I agree.
Right.
I would argue that, statistics show that most of these issues can be resolved through other means. Abolition is about 5 major kind of principles, you know. I won't go through all of them, but one of them is about, first, investment.
Who's the Abolition Party again?
In the caring community. In other words, pay now or pay later. Part of why we have so many prisons, part of why we lock up more people than any other nation in human history, is because we don't invest in the systems that are demonstrated to stop people from getting locked up.
Amen.
So the first part of abolition.
Amen to that.
Right. So that 2.5 million people in prison, how much can we slice away if we invest in education?
Because we have a death and debt culture and a death and debt society.
We don't disagree. So there's a way here that, first of all, you have to ask yourself, sort of, what does the world look like when people's needs are being met? Not just financial needs, and not the cheap stuff, not the erotic or the sexual
material stuff, right?
The material stuff, right? Yeah. What does it mean when people's needs are really being met, right? That kid you described with the semi-automatic walking down the street, you know, what gets him there, right? There's too many weapons on the street that gets him there. Yes, I
reject that, but I know that's what
I hear you. But just hear me out.
Don't be talking about. No, I didn't say. No, hold on. Wait a second. I like you, Mark, but don't be doing that. Don't make it seem like I made a point about gun safety or gun rights. That's not what I was saying.
I don't. You didn't say that. I'm offering my solution.
Got you. Okay.
We agree that the guy walking down the street with the gun is the problem. We disagree on the solution or even why he got there potentially at times. I'm offering my analysis of how he got there, not yours.
Okay.
I'm saying that I'm saying that we have we have a couple of things going. I'm sorry, my wife just texted me like in the middle of the thing.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
I was like, damn. So one, we have to figure out how this person got there.
His wife got his balls.
Education, access to jobs, access to mental health, all of these things. We have to invest in it. Another thing about abolition is decarceration. Right? How can we get people out? Too many people are in jail for things that they could be out. We need more suspended sentences, more work release. We need more things to get people out. That's abolition. Excarceration. Excarceration.
But he wants to prosecute
Amy Klobuchar,
Kamala,
who locked up a bunch of young black men as the lead prosecutor in Hennepin County.
You ain't never gonna see me defend Amy Klobuchar.
Oh, so you vote? So you're at least advocating that people vote for me against Amy Klobuchar on the basis of this prison reform.
I literally don't know enough about there's two things. One, I don't know enough about your platform on other issues to say. I don't even know your platform issue, your platform on that issue. I just know hers. And second, I also think beyond just when it comes to the Senate, obviously, as somebody not from Minnesota, I don't just think about how you represent me or my state. I think about the supermajority in the Senate. I think about
everybody. Right.
I think there's other issues I have to think about strategically, not just.
I'm just messing with you, but go ahead.
I know, but again, in these circles, if I don't answer why I'm saying that, then they think I'm being coy or getting cornered. I'm very clear about why I'm making that position. I know you saying it for a different reason. Beyond that, abolition is about excarceration. Right? What things does somebody really need to be locked up for carrying a beer walking down the street? Does somebody really need to be locked up for gambling? Does somebody really need to be locked up for weed? Right? These are all things that I think as abolitionists we can get away from. And honestly, if you were to do those kinds of things and invest in communities and invest in people, the prison population may go from 2.5 million to who knows what. And so abolition for me isn't by the end of next year or 5 years from now or 10 years from now, we're going to open every cell in Attica, send them to Africa like Nas on If I Ruled the World, but rather that we're going to have a vision of an outcome that can ultimately be a world without prisons. It's also a cultural reformation. It's also a social reformation. And yes, people are still going to say, well, what about the serial killer? What about the crazy person? What about that dude I know on my block that killed 5 people and ate them, right? I'm with you. But as you pointed out, I do think that that's a mental illness. And I think that secured confinement for people with mental illness is necessary. However, the reason why it's not just prison is one, even if I conceded that it was, I say, fine, if you say this prison only for people with mental illness and we give them treatment, fine. But the reason why it's not prison to me is because prison is about caging people and punishing people. You steal my TV, you get locked up, you come out, I still ain't got no TV, right? I'm talking about processes that are restorative, that are whole. Think about the person who shot Ronald Reagan. He shot a U.S. president in the head, and he got treatment and care until he was able to return to society safely. To me, that is a different model than prison. That's a different approach than prison. That's a different ethos than prison. That's a different investment than prison. And again, that's for a
he's supposed to get his head blocked.
Few. That's what my vision is. That's the kind of radical.
It's supposed to call Ned Stark and put his head on the block.
Wait, let's be clear here. If we're talking about the fundamental pillars of my platform or beliefs about a thing like prison, this is what I mean by a return to republicanism for the Republican Party through the medium and mechanism of the MAGA movement and Donald Trump. Of course, there's that sort of thin blue line cultural critique that has been foisted by the powers that be, the mainstream media, to again divide the political landscape between whites and blacks. And I don't think there's a bigger issue, probably from a commercial standpoint, than police brutality. That's why Black Lives Matter is the organization that has become. But if we're talking about the ideas, just fundamentally, the return to republicanism for the MAGA movement is a return to ideas that we want to limit the government, and incarceration wouldn't be outside the scope of that. We agree. I think people in the MAGA movement broadly agree that there's way too much regulation, and that a lot of this regulation, whether it be criminal or civil, leads to entanglements with the government and unjust and unfair processes that we now see even being waged against Donald Trump himself. So I don't think that we disagree that too many people are in jail for too many stupid things. And we would advocate that the federal government be shrunk to a size where you wouldn't have the opportunity even to be incarcerated for crossing the street with a beer. I don't think Republican. I mean, you're kind of arguing what the neoconservatives and rhinos show up on the public stage to argue for the political theater of politics, not for what the MAGA movement really believes. And this is part of the reason. This is part of the hidden reason why they've tried to suppress the MAGA movement, because candidates like myself. And I even think,
let me ask you a question. I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to ask you.
We don't want the government bigger, so that would include incarceration. Now, do we think?
How do you explain Donald Trump? One, chanting, not just chanting "lock her up," but which is symbolic and messed up and undermines that argument. Particularly,
that has nothing to do with casual citizen.
I know, and that's where I'm going. But when you talk about blanket immunity for police officers, when he talks about defending and amplifying police officers, Donald Trump has been very explicit about saying he wants to support and expand policing in America. He's used moments like 2020 and moments like 2016 as the kind of the news peg for it, but as a stopgap. Mark, he didn't say as a stopgap.
No. You're missing the point. Fundamentally, from an intellectual first principles basis, you're not seeing how it has to be a stopgap, because Donald Trump's entire political platform has been about the deconstruction of the administrative state and the federal government. As you continue to deconstruct the administrative state and the federal government, you will eventually and inevitably arrive at a place where the federal government and subsequently state governments and local governments won't have the funding to proliferate policing.
Do you see why I didn't say Donald Trump is cynical? Because when he's on the campaign stump talking about locking people up and giving police more and getting more jails and more handcuffs.
No, that's not what he's saying.
No.
What he's saying is that the Democrats.
He's not saying what you just said. What I'm saying is he's not saying what you just said.
Okay, well, he doesn't say it like me. What do you want me to do? I can't speak for why he doesn't articulate things.
I don't just mean that he's not.
Do you agree with the fundamental? Is what I'm saying.
No. What I'm saying,
even if he doesn't say it that way, that is the overall trajectory of where we're headed.
What I'm saying is he doesn't express that. I'm not just saying he's not as clear or articulated.
He is saying it. What he's not going to do. Do
you think the average MAGA voter thinks that Donald Trump doesn't just want to lock more people up who are criminals and have bigger jails? You honestly don't think that?
You're talking to Mr. MAGA Minnesota. I know what the MAGA
average. You're running for Senate. You're not average.
No, but what I'm telling you is I get contact with the average MAGA voter. I have a good vantage point on what the average American citizen who identifies as MAGA thinks. And when I'm out here talking, understand that the police issue, and we're going to get into this because I think I hope we got time. Hotep, just stick with me.
I don't have time. I got the role, man. I got the.
You got to. Okay. Well, here
we to be fair, we have about 10 minutes left in the last round. But we might as well just keep flowing until Mark's.
Oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah. I just meant.
Let me cap off what I was saying about Trump. What I'm saying about Trump is this: the policing issue has been weaponized against black people and white people just alike. Put black versus white, make off with the green. The cultural wedge issues and this is why I cautioned you and kind of gave some pushback. As soon as you start to go to white supremacy, I'm already skeptical that we're getting to a place where
now he got to go early. He had all the time in the world.
Have covered to do so, and nobody, I don't think, can argue that racial differences in this country have provided a smokescreen for people of economic and corporate elite. Some of the same progenitors of that very narrative and cultural divide, like the mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, and even Fox News, who also hates the MAGA movement in many respects. I don't think anybody could deny that that this narrative, this racial divide, has provided cover for the government to proliferate and steal our money. I will say this: the police issue, in specifically, has been weaponized to a point where the argument is somewhat what you made is that every time a black person encounters law enforcement, it should be seen in a monolithic way. That every black person is essentially innocent because the whole system is guilty. And I just say that to transition to this, and I'll say this to end. I hope I don't know how much time we have left or whatever. The elephant in the room here.
I have one question before we get out of here too.
The question in the room here ideologically is, the elephant in the room ideologically is the presence of political theories like Marxism and how much influence they have on the left's worldview. And I bring up Marxism for a very specific reason, because the Marxist movement, the communist movement, and even subsequently the socialist movement, are all part of the same sort of political, fabric, the same ideological fabric. and they all stem back to post-Enlightenment in Europe, post-Enlightenment Europe, which is strange. I don't understand how the people on the left, especially black people, can talk about white supremacy and neocolonialism when an idea like Marxist came from a neocolonial empire. I don't know how that works, but we'll work on that as a culture and as a society going forward. That's why I'm here. My point is that Marxism at its root is a lie. And the left promotes it as a lie. The left talks about many of these issues along this line that Marxist, for example, is only an economic political theory. It means to deal with the unequal distribution of resources, but that is not the case whatsoever. Marxism intends to reduce the human existence down to price. When you reduce the human existence down to price, you're going to run into an issue where policing, imprisonment, and all these other things are at the behest and in the control of the elites who take over your society. And so Marxism is like, well, let's give all the power back to the people. Let's empower the people. But there's never been a Marxist or communist regime that gave broad power and control to some lumpen proletariat of poor working class. They only became the victims. And even furthermore, this secular movement on the left that wants to seem like or say that you can detach every moral and ethic from God and any form of religious history, well, then why is it that Karl Marx in his early days when he wrote poetry was so obsessed with the story of Faust and specifically the demonic character, Mephistopheles? You have this atheist and secular movement that says there's no such thing as the supernatural or metaphysical. There's no such thing as the eternal, yet your thought leaders, not you specifically, but I would argue that you probably were influenced by Karl Marx because many college professors were, that this Marx thing has nothing to do with the supernatural whatsoever, yet the thought leader, if Donald Trump had a diary from his 20-year-old self, where he idolized Adolf Hitler in a sort of romantic and infatuated way, where he kind of had a literary obsession with Hitler, he'd never be able to live it down. Although Marx can talk about Mephistopheles, a demonic icon in European history, a demonic character, and we're supposed to act like that doesn't have any inference on the overall impulse or desire of what the Marxist movement is trying to get at. And I say that again only to say that we are living under a neo-Marxist political hegemony on the left. And they can talk about prisons and poor and all they want to, but the corporate elites have also stratified the power. So again, I ask you, how does the Kamala Harrises of the world bring us to a change of the status quo when she's as communist and Marxist as you could possibly imagine? She's openly Marxist.
All right, let's bookmark there. I'm gonna let you respond to that, Mark. Go ahead. And then I have one question before we get out of here.
One question for each of us?
Well, it's basically one question and you guys can sort of debate over it.
Okay, gotcha. The first thing I disagree with your assessment of Marxism and the metaphysical. I think there's far more robust and complicated space for the metaphysical and for the spiritual in the context of Marxism, just as an intellectual point. Cornel West actually wrote his PhD dissertation on the ethical dimensions of Marxist thought. That was the book that came out of it in 1988, but he wrote a book that really gets at the question of metaphysics and spirituality in the context of Marx. And there's another way to read Marx. I would just suggest engaging that or engaging the work of Cohn or others. And if you have, other people should, because I think you get a more complicated analysis of Marxism. I disagree with the idea that Kamala Harris is a Marxist. She's deeply invested. I think that the word Marxism has become a catch-all for lots of ideologies. If we're talking about Kamala Harris believes in darn near unrestrained capitalism. Kamala Harris fundamentally believes, does not have a commitment to making sure that the proletariat has access to the means of production. I could go on and on about why I don't think she's that. But I want to answer, in the interest of time, I want to answer your fundamental question, which is why her if you're trying to change the world? Ain't nothing about her changing the world. And I think that's the right question. But remember, I would encourage you to think back to what I started with, which is I don't think she lets us change the world. I think when I was debating, or if you want to call it debating, it was more like a bullying. But when I was debating Uncle Hotep last week, and I used the example of 2 glasses of water, and I said, one is poison and one has shit in it. And I'm saying one is going to kill me. One gives me the space to fight another day. I'm not saying that the stakes are death here, but I am saying that Kamala Harris gives me space to fight another day. That is the option. And I'm not saying Kamala Harris is shit. I'm saying the Democratic Party is shit. I'm saying the American political system is shit. I'm saying that corporate politics is shit. And in this context, we're never going to get good choices who can win, at least not at the presidential level. For mayor, sure. For governor, maybe. For Senate, sometimes. But for president, it ain't going to happen. So ultimately, we're not faced with a revolutionary choice and a status quo choice. We're faced with two status quo choices. And the question for me is, how can I, and Baldwin talked about this in 1980 with the Carter-Reagan race, is, black people aren't, he said black people aren't voting for Carter because they like him or because they believe in him. They're just, it's a means of buying time. I want to buy some time. So again, I encourage you to ask.
You ain't got no money to buy no time, nigga.
I encourage you to ask all the Democrats. I'm not a Democrat. Why you think Kamala's gonna make your life better? Because I think they have to answer that, and I think there's not a good answer for that. But for me, that ain't the question. The question for me is, why are you choosing a lesser of two evils instead of saying I'm not choosing evil at all, which is my normal approach as a third party person. But this time I believe that we can live a little longer, thrive a little more, survive a little better if we
thrive under Kamala.
This bad choice over that bad choice.
Nigga.
We're going to bookmark right there. We're going to go right to
I think HJ felt like
our final question. Shout out to Enon Hunnit for the 5 gifted subs.
This a real
Chad, thumbs up if y'all enjoying this. Chad, thumbs up if y'all enjoying this.
You heard the man. Put the
It's
thumbs
on
up if
me,
you
V
enjoying
with
this,
the
man.
Sub. Mark Watkins with the sub. Enon Hunnit with another 5 subs.
This a real Hotep brother.
Shout out Papa Hotep with the sub. JC 80 times 5.
Y'all make sure y'all go ahead over there, man.
We're gonna let y'all go.
Get subbed up on Kick.
I really wanted to hammer on this point. I just want to understand.
Griff Report.
Mark, you said
Kick.com.
Trump is taking Black history out of schools. Did I hear that correctly?
No, you didn't hear that correctly.
Okay.
I said that he's been used as the figurehead. I said the people who've been leading that movement are people like Moms for Liberty and Christopher Rufo and others. What I said was that he's often been used as a figurehead. They put his face on that movement, whether it's mainstream media, whether it's, again, I don't think Trump cares about that one way or the other.
You want me to respond, or go ahead?
Yeah, Royce. What do you feel about that notion that Moms of Liberty is removing Black history and all of that stuff from curriculum? How do you see it?
And we didn't really talk about the culture wedge issues, and I appreciate that. I think we should probably do this again if Mark would be up to it, because I think we should.
I'd love that. Let's do it.
I think we should spend some more time on the cultural wedge issues. Now that we've gotten down to ideology, we've broken into Marxism and kind of this ideological split of the country. We talked about political framework, and many of us out there in the country, I know us in the MAGA movement, we agree on a lot of the criticisms of government, which is why we want to shrink it, almost an unconstrained shrinkage of federal government. But this is intellectually dishonest. I don't appreciate this part of it, and I think this is where much of the referendum in the 2024 cycle is. And, to say that Black history has to include the LGBTQ agenda or movement because there are Black people who are LGBTQ is completely and utterly dishonest. And from being on the Republican side, I can tell you firsthand, regardless of how it manifests itself in the public square, and I'm not saying that doesn't account for anything, because it does. But what I'm saying is that the impulse, the spirit to reject a thing like CRT has nothing to do with erasing the history of Black people. We want to talk about Frederick Douglass. We want to talk about Lincoln abolishing slavery. We want to talk about where this country came from a racial standpoint. The fabric of this country is Blacks and whites. The problem with it is that, and this is a problem about politics in general that I know you would probably agree with, it's become a common political culture that both sides of the aisle play this game where we try and smuggle everything else into a sort of figurehead issue, a sort of headline topic. You always have a bill that has a headline. This is a such and such bill, and then you have a 2,000-page omnibus with a bunch of other stuff that gets through, some of it often military spending. And it wouldn't be lost on me to find out that in many instances, the Democrat liberal order has tried to smuggle CRT or other LGBTQ legislation along with military industrial complex funding for wars. In fact, they've certainly done that when it comes to the Ukraine war. And we could probably go back and look at the bill for the aid that they, again, clubbed together Taiwan and Israel. I mean, that's the scam, right? So omnibus bills are kind of a scam that need to be addressed in and of itself. I know from being around the Republicans, nobody wants to stop Americans from talking about Abraham Lincoln, slavery, Frederick Douglass, and where we came from in this country. What we don't want to allow or concede to is that in order to talk about Black history, you also have to talk about LGBTQ history. That is completely and utterly intellectually dishonest. I reject it, and even furthermore, I resent it. The whole, you know.
Finish. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
The whole, and this again, you know, one way or another. Look, it's not me saying it. It's 51% of Black men who now poll for Donald Trump in this presidential race, and you can't look at that and not go back and identify where Black men are popping up all across the country at school board meetings saying, "Why is there a book here that has explicit sexual content?"
You know any Black men that's done that?
That I can't even
personally,
mention
guys?
it in this school board meeting, yet you have it in our kids' school library. You have given them access to this content in the name of progressing equality for the LGBT.
MAGA Black Georgia in the house.
Issue. And if anything is clear to me, it's that the LGBTQ movement, if anything has been hijacked, if anything has been infiltrated, the pro-Black movement in this country has been infiltrated by LGBTQ activists. And I don't even think that can be denied. I don't even think there's a sensible debate. I know some people would say that a man can wake up the next day and be a woman if he chooses to, but then we're not sort of dealing with the radical complexity of nuance that we were when we were talking about geopolitics, where you have to get very specific about the details and agree on a base reality. If we can't agree on a base reality, that's part of the reason we can't have these conversations. And to go back to Marx to end, I don't want to take up too much time. To go back to Marx, Marx explicitly laid out in his political theory, in so many words, how Marxists and communists and subsequently socialists would use any revolutionary movement in order to forward their own political agenda. And we, as a Black community, have been co-opted and infiltrated by Marxism, which is why they so openly spit in our face and try and tell us that the LGBTQ movement and the pro-Black movement in our interest are inextricably linked. There's nothing remotely appropriate about that historical assessment or analysis.
Yeah, you suggested I was being intellectually dishonest by saying that people want to get.
No, I mean the people who say that not you, but I'm just saying in general that.
Got you. I would push back and say I think there are multiple things happening, but the removal of history and race conversation and such has absolutely nothing to do with LGBTQ stuff. I'm talking about bills that don't even raise the question of LGBTQ stuff. There are bills that do raise the question of LGBTQ stuff. I don't deny that, right? If we look in Florida, for example, I want to call it, I don't remember the exact name of the bill, but we called it the Don't Say Gay
Don't
Act.
Say Gay, right?
Yeah, but I don't like to do that because it kind of sensationalizes the
right.
bill, but it was HB 1550. It's the Parents' Rights in Education Act is what it's called.
Right.
Rights in Education Act. And they basically said it's unlawful to talk about, engage, mention sexual identity or orientation from preschool to third grade. And then after that, it has to go with state standards, which is very vague and obviously not clear. But I wasn't talking about that. I'm thinking about
nigga, state standards is fucking clear, you bitch.
Stop Wrongs to Our Kids and Employees Act in Florida, the Stop Woke Act, HB 7, not HB 1577. Doesn't mention homosexuality, doesn't mention trans, doesn't mention queer. And I feel like the trans issue and the queer issue can get thrown in there as a distraction for people who, as a wedge issue for people who might actually want Black history, but might not want to deal with trans.
No, it's not, Mark.
This is my It may not.
It's when you say, I'm telling you from the Republican standpoint.
No. I listen.
When you say that all things stem from white supremacy, that's also intellectually dishonest.
That's not.
When you say that the existence and the history of Black people in this country all stems from.
I didn't say that.
No, the bills, not you, but a lot of these bills that talk about Black history also make the Marxist cultural critique that whiteness itself is inherently evil, and I've seen it done a number of times. It's disgusting.
But let me finish talking about the bill
it's dishonest.
But let me finish talking about the bill that I was talking about, and then and that way if we may disagree on it, but I at least want to disagree on anything I'm talking about. So the Stop Woke Act it absolutely shapes how you can talk about history. It says that you can't. It says that it prohibits any teaching practices that promote guilt, anguish, and other forms of psychological distress against any student. It also prevents anything that indoctrinates or persuades students to a particular point of view inconsistent with state academic standards. So for example, if I were to convince someone by law, I'm not saying everybody feels this way, but if by law I couldn't, if talking about the fact that America was a slaveholding nation made a white person feel guilty or uncomfortable, I couldn't teach it by law, right? I'm saying
Yeah,
that
that's dumb. That's a dumb interpretation of the law.
But this is exactly how it's been weaponized, and this is why.
Now you got to talk about who brought the bill and if they were trying to do that. But what I'm saying is
let me finish what I'm saying. This is my closing statement.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be able to make it.
I'm the new MAGA movement, but go ahead.
That's fine. What I'm saying, I was speaking about the bills. There seemed to be some question about whether there were legitimately bills that were trying to stop the thing that I'm talking about, and then it was offered that it actually wasn't about race, but it was actually just trying to stop this LGBTQ stuff. And what I'm saying is that's not what it's about. These were people. I've been to the school board meetings. I've been to the Moms for Liberty rallies. I've interviewed these people myself. They are very clear in saying there's certain kinds of race talk we don't want in school. There's certain parts of history we don't want to deal with in our history books.
Right.
And I'm saying, if we believe in liberty, if we believe in free speech, if we believe in the right to disagree, if we reject cancel culture, then we can't on the one hand say, and I'm not talking about your MAGA movement or anybody else, I'm speaking it right now about the movement that's in America that is affecting
cancel culture, like Dave Chappelle, you mean?
Absolutely. That's exactly
we should cancel that. We should cancel Dave Chappelle.
No, I'm agreeing with you. You're just looking for a debate. I'm saying
no,
right.
I'm clarifying.
I'm saying yes. You said cancel culture like Dave Chappelle. I'm saying yes. That would be an example of cancel culture.
So we should be able to cancel him, or we shouldn't be able to cancel him.
You and I are saying the same thing. He has been canceled, or they tried to cancel him. I'm saying that what was attempted to be done to him was an example of cancel culture.
Is it right? Is it wrong?
The Republicans with these bills are trying to make sure that people can't do cancel culture. I thought you said if you.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. That's why I was trying to clarify.
When I get cut mid sentence, that's how it happens. What I'm saying is that I'm pointing out the contradiction between saying that not you, but that people don't like cancel culture, and they want free speech and they want robust ideas, but certain ideas are out of bounds. Whether it's criticizing Israel, whether it's talking about slavery, I'm saying if we're going to be honest about this, on whatever side of the aisle you're on, let's have the conversation, let's have the debate, and let's not be selective when we want a full conversation and when we don't. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you're
no, let's have full and total free speech, and let's have all the ideas be out on the table. What I think many Republicans are rightfully challenging is that the universities, the academic institutions in this country have for a long time, seen a certain political tilt, and that because of that political tilt, the byproducts, the teachers that come out of the universities that now teach in the schools have the opportunity to predate on young people's minds with their political ideology, going back to ideas like Marxism and communism and socialism and identity politics and even the LGBTQ or other race-based.
We got to debate that. That's another debate for another time. I got to go.
Yes.
For time's sake, but got some family stuff to do. But
what I was saying is that what I'm saying is that what a lot of Republicans and white people in this country are rejecting, and I think
getting that ass spanked,
is that the Democrat Party and the liberal movement has used the schools to tell young white students that they should vote Democrat or be in lockstep with the liberal agenda because they are white and should feel guilty, and only the Democrat and liberal platform address black issues. That's what you're seeing in the rejection of how
Uncle Hotep. Let's.
Did he call us man Uncle Hotep?
Let's come back and debate the culture issue. Let's talk about trans. Let's talk about LGBTQ. Let's talk about history. Let's have a focused conversation with 3 questions. We were kind of all over the place, not in a bad way. We had to figure out. It's like a fight. You got to figure out, But now we're in the 3rd, 4th round. So let's do that.
Oh, what happened? Uh-oh. Let's refresh this. You call that man Unc.
And I'm going to close out here. You gentlemen can go ahead and just leave the lobby. I'm going to take over and take some phone calls and serve the people. So I appreciate y'all. Whoo. E900. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Yeah, he trying to get up out of there. He trying to get up out of there. All right, y'all.
Gifted sub. Hold on a second.
Another great debate. I don't know what happened, man. Kick is on some other shit. I'm really not much of a Kick fan. You know what I'm saying?
The phone lines, text 202.
Not much of a Kick fan.
5631. 202 596 5631.
But it was interesting. It was interesting. Let me I'll go ahead and mute that for a second. And we'll talk. When phone calls come in, we might jump over there for a little while, but we still got more stuff to handle. So yeah, man. Oh boy, some bull. Talking about Mark Lamont Hill. He's some bull. He understands. Like, it's like he's scared to identify what's real. It's like somebody's gonna kick his ass. Oh, we got a first phone call. Who's this? Let's see who's calling in. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's Dr. Inky. I don't know. Mark Lamont Hill some BS, bro. His phone was pink, for God's sake, y'all. Did y'all see that? Did y'all catch the pink phone? I caught the pink phone. Did you catch the pink phone? That shit was crazy. Yeah, he's a bitch. He's a bitch. There was a few things, man, I wanted to hit on that he said. And I was like, huh? Back towards the beginning, he said that when it came to America being stolen, there was no encroachment, right? He said there was no encroachment. But guys, check this shit out. Let's see what the definition of encroachment is. Because, you know, that man plays like he's so smart, but he's really dumb as shit. Encroachment. Intrusion on a person's territory, rights, etc. Minor encroachments on our individual liberty. So just forget minor. We don't need minor. Encroachment on our individual liberties. Intrusion on our individual liberties. Well, what does intrusion mean? The action or process of forcing a body of indigenous rock between or through existing formations. That's with geology. So number one is the act of intruding. Well, what does intruding mean? To put oneself deliberately into a place or situation where one is unwelcome or uninvited. Encroachment, intrusion on a that man's some BS, man. That man's some BS. He's not ready for it, man. He's not ready. He insists. Now we got the man. Shouts out to Royce, man. Royce did a damn good job. I think, you know, Mark is one of those guys you have to have a notepad for, so you can go back and hit his points, because he will throw a whole lot of shit out there hiding behind rhetoric and won't let you actually truly address the rhetoric that he is throwing out in front of you. Right? Like, you know, oh, Donald Trump's Project 2025, that's not his. That is not his situation. There are some of us who actually don't have a problem with Project 2025. But Trump, that ain't his. He's Agenda 47. You don't see Project 2025 on his website. You see Agenda 47. All right. What? I'm coming, guys. Listen to Dr. Inky.
What are you doing over there? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing over there? so yeah, it was good to see him, you know, like cornered and on the defense. He was cornered and on the defense tonight. The whole night. Like, he was just cornered and he was on the back foot like the whole time. Like, yeah, I gotta get out of here and do some family stuff. He couldn't even think of what he had to get out of here and do. Like,
right.
Do some family stuff. I bet you do. You gotta get him out of that ring.
Mm-hmm.
You need a little, you know, when they put the cold thing on your face, like, you know what I'm saying? You need some Vaseline, a water break. You need to get up out of here for a minute. This one didn't go that well. Last one didn't go that well, but at least you had the illusion that, you know what I'm saying, when you danced on out of here, they were still playing your music and, you know, you had your belts with you and everything. This time here, this was brutal. Busted lip, you know, swollen eye, like this. Yeah, this was rough.
And we still over here
But
smacking
it was definitely
them.
good. So let me ask you: are you gonna upload this to YouTube?
No.
Ooh, damn! Are you at least gonna go tease the YouTube people with a trailer or something and tell them they played themselves if they didn't come over? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, because they need to, like, this is crazy right here, bro. This was a hell of a this was a hell of a debate.
Yeah.
We got it,
This was a
though.
show right here. This was a
GRIFTCEPTION.
right here. Good for the platform too.
GRIFTCEPTION.
Oh yeah,
we here.
We
Yeah,
building the
'cause it
Griff
wasn't
report
really-
over here right now. So
I was lost. I was lost for about 5 or 10 minutes because I'm over there and I'm like, why the hell don't I see anybody? Where the hell is everybody? I'm on Hotep Jesus page.
oh yeah.
Like, this don't say nothing but chess. Where the hell is Hotep?
Oh, that's my chest
I
page.
go
Yeah.
back and say the Griff report. I'm like, oh, okay, let me just.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a little late because I was in the wrong place. But nah, this was crazy right here. This was a really good build in terms of cats digging into you know what I'm saying? Like, I know for a fact, even your regulars, everybody, no matter where your vocabulary is, what your acumen is in terms of, history and politics, and like, I know everybody learned something tonight.
Oh, they went in the weeds.
Man, I was taking down notes. Like, he said, the Neo, wait, what? How did that relate to what the hell is going on? I was like, oh shit. And then I'm looking at Mark Lamar.
Yo, we live.
Damn near over there Googling. I was like, ooh. He in trouble over here. Yeah, he wasn't.
He went to the Googles?
Yeah, he might have.
Yeah, that man went to the Googles.
I knew he didn't look good over there.
Damn.
That man went to the Googles, man. Listen, I wanted to hit on something. So this was in the Flight Manifest for tonight, right? So remember, he kept talking about race and stuff. Remember, we talked about race. We talked about nationalism earlier in the show, right? I had this in the bag for tonight. I wanted to show you Kamala's and Obama's birth certificates. Let's see. So Hotep and Bill, baby. And yes, Mark Lamont Hill is an extreme cuck with a pink cell phone. So y'all check this out. You see how she's called. This is her. So this is Kamala's birth certificate, right? Her mother is a Goblin, Shyamala, race Caucasian, right? Now, her father, they knew. Color or race of father, Jamaican. Jamaican is not a race. It's a nationality. Race, Jamaican. Birthplace, Jamaica. Nationality. All right? Check this out. Obama. Race, African. Right? Hold on, let me make sure you know. Barack Hussein Obama the second. Obama, Barack Hussein, his father. Race, African. Birthplace, East Africa. Kenya, East Africa. Mother, Stanley Ann Dunham. Caucasian is her race. Born in Wichita, Kansas. They understand nationality. The fathers understood nationality. Where your father from is it's where you from. Guys, it's crazy. It's crazy how these people talk about things and they don't even understand the whole game. They don't understand what the business is, man. It's crazy. HJ asking somebody, is they drunk?
What I'm trying to get at is that y'all have had
Nigga slurring.
You always have the best content, intellectual contact. You're always giving out information. Like when I grew up and I didn't know half this shit.
That man slurring. That man slurred like crazy. I don't know who that is called in, but he wasted. So, isn't it funny that he said that Trump was ignoring Black history? And I showed y'all the 400 Years of African American History Act. The man literally said that Trump was ignoring Black history and didn't want it taught. Who is this guy? Whose mans is this? Whose mans is this? Get him. Because that shit crazy. Literally got it. The man said that oh my goodness, you can't have a black plan, and Trump literally did a plan for Black people. I don't understand. I don't understand how these people get such a big push, a big platform, and people listen to them, man. That shit is sad. That shit is sad, man. That shit is horribly sad. That shit is crazy, man. Yeah, there's a lot of black men that are not that ain't falling for the Kamala shit though. They ain't falling for the Kamala shit. Here we go. All right, let's see. No, I don't need that. All right. Show this with y'all. Everybody who in right now, man, hit the like button, man. Let everybody know we had the debate discussion of the ages tonight. And we watched it live right here together with commentary. Check this out.
So I just wanted to come on here and get some shit off my chest, because for about the past, I don't know, 2 weeks maybe, I've seen a lot of black celebrities and media personalities and so-called journalists make it their business to try to shame and denigrate and shun and insult the intelligence of black men because they don't want to vote for Kamala Harris. They are actively out here villainizing black men for not wanting to vote for Kamala Harris. And I said it before and I will say it again. They think they own us. They think they own our fucking vote. They want us to believe that we have some sort of obligation to them, that when it's right for them, we should play identity politics and vote for her because she's black. And now they're pushing the narrative that we're dumb, that we're uneducated, we're misinformed, we don't know what the fuck's going on. And the crazy thing about it is, it's the complete opposite. The people who are running away from Kamala Harris are the people who are informing themselves, who are researching, that actually know what the fuck is going on and just not letting themselves be told any goddamn thing. That's the reality of the situation. So, you know, it's astonishing to me to see it though, where you have these people, they sending out these black women and these bootlicking ass men, right? The Van Joneses, the Bakari Sellers, the Roland Martins, right? The D.L. Hugleys, even Plies, and it's a whole bunch of them who are trying to shame black men for thinking for themselves, because that's all they doing. We're thinking for ourselves. They're just like when a slave owner didn't want you to learn how to read. Because once you learn how to read, you have knowledge, and knowledge is power. And that's the problem. No, watch MSNBC. Don't do no thinking. Let us tell you what to think. Huh? Don't you want to see a black woman president? Don't you want to see somebody who belonged to a sorority? Don't you want to see a black woman get sworn in by a black woman on Martin Luther King's birthday? A whole bunch of token shit that don't mean a goddamn thing.
Token shit
That's
don't
what
mean
they
nothing.
want us to vote
Preach,
for.
boy.
Y'all out your motherfucking minds, man. I was listening to Ricky Smiley. Ricky Smiley talking about in regards to black men, they not doing the right research. What? Who the f you talking to, Ricky Smiley? They not doing the right research. So because we're thinking for ourselves, we're not doing the right research. We're supposed to listen to you. That's the right research. And we're going to just keep seeing more and more of this shit. Joy Reid telling black people, you're going to look weird. We in the 6th grade? Don't nobody give a fuck about looking weird. We worrying about the issues,
Straight
the
up.
economy, our communities, our children, our futures. What the f you talking about looking weird? See, that's the dumb shit. See, that's for weak-minded people. And they just going to keep going, bro. You get all the narratives is going to keep going. Sellout, coon, traitor, you hate black women and all that cool. Bakari and Van Jones up on CNN crying and boo-hooing. Don't nobody give a too smart to fall for that shit, man. So y'all could keep rolling that shit out. We gonna keep standing 10 motherfucking toes down. The f out of here. Love the black man until he wants to think for himself, till he wants to form his own opinion, until he stops seeing himself as a victim, and then he becomes the enemy. And I'm watching this happen in real time. It's happening right now. And all you got to do is keep your eyes open, pay attention, and you can see it clear as day. It is real. So I'm saying all that to say, if you an actor, a rapper, a comedian, or anything else, you're not going to dictate our decision by calling us names and trying to make us feel bad. You.
Fuck you.
I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not fucking leaving.
Not fucking leaving. Standing 10 toes. Trump 2024. We got rid of Joe, not a hoe, gotta go. Fuck you talking about? We got rid of Joe, not a hoe, gotta go. We got rid of Joe, not a hoe, gotta go. Where she go? I don't fucking know. But for sure, that hoe gotta go. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell up out of here. To the left, Kamala. You about to have Beyonce and all dancing at the shit. Kamala. To the left, to the left. To the left, to the left. And don't you ever for a second get to thinking, I'm voting for you, ho. I'm having too much fun with this shit. Yeah, yes. Gaff, he definitely went in. He need all the hand claps. Put some more hand claps, Gabby. Give him some more hand claps. Give this brother some more hand claps. Because that's really how a lot of us are feeling, y'all. That's really how a lot of us are feeling right now. So much to the point to where, listen, we got all types of things popping up right now. Life is getting beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Hand claps and fists. I like seeing them fly across the screen. Y'all seen them fly across the screen just now? Did you see them? They was all over the place. It was beautiful. So check it out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Check it out, out, y'all. This is MAGA Black GA, man. Our mission is as an initiative led by Pastor Leon Benjamin of the National MAGA Black Organization. Our mission is to unite and empower black males aged 18 to 34 across Georgia. This specific demographic has shown significant shifts in political preferences. This prompts our focus to understand their challenges in achieving equal opportunities and happiness in the American society. Similar groups have been established in key battleground states. Each will with tailored objectives led by local leaders in Georgia. Dr. Gordon Rowe serves as the director. Shouts out to Gordon Rowe. All right. So check it out. This is our outreach. Well, we're going to be in Augusta, Savannah, Columbus, Albany, Waycross, Tifton, and Macon. It started out being centered in Metro Atlanta, but you know, Atlanta is just not. There's a lot that needs to be done in Atlanta. Yeah, bros, I'm on kick. Hold on, I'll bring it to the forefront right quick. I'm right here, man. Go ahead and give your boy a follow. All right, I'm protocol, just regular old protocol over there on kick. Regular old protocol over on kick. All right. I'm gonna start streaming over there soon. Actually, I meant to go to Best Buy again. I went to Best Buy and I spent so much money that I forgot to get the other main thing that I needed. So I kind of like left because oh well, that's what I work for. Anyway, I'm finna start really kicking. All right. So the 5 is right here. It sits on the desk right here. It's right here. You can't find protocol over there? That's what it is. It's there. Kick.com/protocol. There I am. Look. Where go find it? My chat popping. Let me see. I wonder. No. Get back. Oh, it's right here. No, that's not it. Where'd it go? I broke it. No, I didn't. There it is. All right. Yeah, making it jump. I'm going to connect the chat to over here soon. So y'all just give me a second and I get that taken care of. But I will be kicking. I'm going to be playing the PS5. I done set up some stuff over here on OBS. I got a whole nother situation set up. I'm going to be playing some games. Most people know I fuck around on the gaming. I'm a Sony dude. I don't buy a lot of games and play them. I just play the games that I want to play, and then when I do want to buy, I buy. The next one that I want to get is the Wolverine game. That's the next game that I'm really like looking forward to getting. outside of that, I don't know anything else. Now, I'm sure something may come out that catch my attention and I may buy it. But I got PS Premium, so like I play the stream games on there. Like I'm playing this game Revenant. I'm playing DBZ Kakarot right now, which I'm enjoying. And then, of course, I'm always going to play GTA, which, you know, when I jump off here, I need to turn GTA on because I like the double money. Well, the double money is cool, but the double time on the club is cool tonight, so I'm about that. I don't grift, and I don't glitch. Don't glitch, don't hack, don't do none of that. Don't do no modded accounts, don't do none of that. Like everything I got, I bought. We work for it. We grind. Like we pay attention to the double money and we go get it in. So that's how I get my stuff. I don't steal. I don't do all that fake money glitching, and I don't buy shark cards. Like fuck that. Get it in the game, bro. Put that work in. It's an enterprise. It's a business to me, and you guys know I'm a business dude. So that's where I am with GTA. So that's my main game, GTA. But then I'm like I said, I'm heavy on DBZ Kakarot right now. But anyway, there's a whole lot of titles in there that I'll be playing. And since, as Fuego, you know, just put in the chat, let me see. He says my name came up in the autocomplete on the protocol. Yeah, so just put in PRO, the number 2 KALL, just like it's spelled anywhere else. It should pop right up. Yeah, no live show. I'm not live. I may start throwing this stuff over there, but as Fuego just said, the game Griff over there is serious. That's because it's a gamer platform. Like Kick is legitimately mainly for game streamers. And they can get money and stuff. But you got other people who are going over in it, and that's cool. I'm a gamer though, so because I'm a gamer, I'm going to use it for the platform it is. But I'm also going to put, you know, my other shows and stuff on there. Man, everything's going good. Everything's going according to plan. All I need is everybody to get those follows up. So, you know, let everybody know. Go ahead over there and follow Pro. Girls in bikinis playing video games at 2 a.m. Nah, you might see a fat man with a bowl of cereal or some Scooby snacks and a blunt playing some games as far as I'm concerned. But I ain't wearing no bikinis. And nah, I'm good. Oh, man. So, but yeah, going over there, man. And then also, man, go give, shouts out to y'all who went and followed HJ. He was at 699. He's at 7049. So from the last check to now, he done went up 5 followers. So that's where we are with that. That's what's up. But anyway, going back to MAGA Black, right? I answered that Kit question and kind of went off in a little more. But yeah, man, we got outreach operations, you know, doing robocalls, doing door-to-door interviews and visiting barbershops. Again, I told y'all the story earlier of me being in the barbershop and handle business. Like the barbershop is a great battleground. And if you come with your facts, man, listen. I got to put this on here. I'm mad that I don't even have it on here. I'm mad I don't have that. Excuse me. Anyway, we're going to have videotape discussions to engage with community voices. Town hall gatherings, fairs, celebrations, events, and rallies. The MAGA Black News Network providing a platform to amplify America's voices and defend free speech rights amid growing challenges, social media, news networks, and political arenas. Soon you will see Friday Night Flights and Rumble on Rumble featured in the MAGA Black Georgia News Network. So we got that situated. Building productive citizenship. Yes, we have to get back in the sense of building productive citizenship. You need to know your rights. You need to know what you're responsible for. You don't need to be just out here living and just existing. No, you need to know what you're doing. You're paying taxes. You're working, and your money is going towards tax. You're renting. Your money is going towards taxes. You need to understand these people and what they're there for. You're voting or you're not voting. You need to know what the people who you are or not voting for is affecting your everyday life. They're affecting your water bill. They're affecting your trash bill. They're affecting your light bill. They're affecting your cable bill because they're the ones who are setting the standards and the guidelines for the city for them to be able to do business. You gotta know what's happening. You got to know who your senator is and who your county commissioner is. You need to know the form of governments that you live in and what they actually mean, right? There's so many things that we need to know, that we need to take advantage of as citizens, because it's our life. We got to go there with it. As Fuego just said, they're screwing you just as much locally. And I'd argue they're screwing you more locally. All right. Promoting career awareness. We're talking about economic building. We have to start producing. Empowering political engagement. Well, that comes under productive citizenship. Once you know about your productive citizenship and your rights of being a citizen, then you will know that you're supposed to be engaged politically. And fostering a spiritual enlightenment within Georgia blacks and minority communities with plans to expand statewide. And I'm okay with helping push whatever we got to do statewide. But hey, baby, I'm in the POE. All right. I'm in that C-POE, S to the A-V-A-N-N-A-H. Savannah, Georgia's where I stay. So, this is where we at, though, man. So if you're interested, man, MAGABlackGeorgia.com and go click on I'm ready to join the movement. All right. When you get on the page, you won't see them. This is what you will see. Top of the page, unite, empower, and thrive. Look at that smile with the MAGA hat. Discover your voice, empower your future. Welcome to MAGA Black Georgia. Imagine a future where your voice truly matters, where your story is not just heard, but amplified. Welcome to MAGA Black Georgia, where we believe in the power of your voice and the strength of our community. We're here to help you take charge of your future and ensure your story is heard. If you didn't know, this is why we exist. For too long, black families were led to believe the government held the key to achieving the American dream. Today, a new narrative is emerging. The younger generation recognizes that true empowerment stems from within, alongside the support of our own communities. MAGA Black Georgia was born from this shift in perspective, aiming to unlock genuine opportunities for growth and success. Appreciate that, Jack, man. I already know, bros. I already know. I need to make sure you got that email, man, so you can send that music, bro. I need your musics. I need your musics. If you on tube, can Fresh Mike join MAGA Black? You know, we're a 501c4, so I don't think we can racially discriminate. Yeah. Limited access to quality education, lack of job skills and opportunities, rising crime rates, and barriers to home ownership. Recent polls indicate a significant shift in political support among young black males, aged 18 to 34, moving from Joe Biden to President Trump. This demographic seeks change, and MBG is committed to understanding and meeting their needs. If you're interested, click on the red button. Come on in. George, it's our time, baby. It is our time. I'll send it to you. Or better yet, I will put it in the chat for you, my friend. I will put it in the chat. If I can find that chat. Oh, it's over here. So glad that one wasn't coming in. All right, let's see. Oh, here we go. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, that should be it. Yep. All right, it's in the chat. It's in the chat, player. All right, guys. So, we heard Mark Lamont Hill being, foolish and talking that crazy stuff. But your girl, Camel Toe. Camel Toe was out front and center today, y'all. Camel Toe was out front and center, baby. Yeah, it is. Camel Toe had something to say.
There's nothing more powerful.
That ain't what she had to say, though. All right. She laid out her economic plan. Listen to this heifer.
Carolina. Oh, it's good to see you.
Wait, she went to North Carolina? So I want y'all to know. Look at the way this room is set up. Look at all of this. This is a very small rally. Listen to the people. Listen to the room.
Oh, it's good to be back in North Carolina. Oh, it's good to see you. Oh, it's good to see everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat if you have a seat. Please have a seat. Mike D, so Mike D's Barbecue, let me tell you one of the biggest fans of Mike D's Barbecue. My husband dug him off. And thank you, Mike, for sharing your story. And I'm just so sorry for what your family has been through, but you have, out of an incredible tragedy, done so much for the community, and you are such a role model. So thank you, Mike, for everything you do. Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone here. Thank you to all of the incredible leaders with us today, including my friend, the Governor, Roy Cooper. Where is he? Here with his daughter. Every time I land in North Carolina, I'm just literally coming down the stairs of Air Force Two, I will shout to Roy Cooper, "What number is it, Roy?" And today he shouted 16, which is the number of times I've been in this beautiful state since I've been vice president. Thank you. Chair Thomas of the Wake.
Boy, she looked like Trump, boy. Y'all look.
Nickel, thank you all for your support, for your friendship, for your leadership. Chair Thomas of the Wake County Board of Commissioners, thank you for all that you do. And to all the leaders that are here today, including the students and instructors here at Wake Tech North. Thank you.
Bruh, she's like Trump. I feel like she's trying to emulate Trump at the rallies.
So thank you all. So listen. This election, I do strongly believe, is about two very different visions for our nation. One, ours, focused on the future, and the other, focused on the past. We see that contrast clearly in many ways, including when it comes to how we think about the economy. So our country has come a long way since President Biden and I took office. At that time, we sadly remember the millions of Americans that were out of work. We were facing one of the worst economic crises in modern history. And today, by virtually every measure, our economy is the strongest in the world. Created 16 million new jobs. We've made historic investments in infrastructure, in chips manufacturing, in clean energy. And new numbers this week alone show that inflation is down under 3%. And as President of the United States, it will be my intention to build on the foundation of this progress. Still, we know that many Americans don't yet feel that progress in their daily lives. Costs are still too high. And on a deeper level, for too many people, no matter how much they work, it feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. As president, I will be laser focused on creating opportunities for the middle class that advance their economic security, stability, and dignity. Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy.
An opportunity economy? You mean like the what was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
An opportunity economy. An economy where everyone can compete and have a real chance to succeed. Everyone, regardless of who they are or where they start, has an opportunity to build wealth for themselves and their children. And where...
Hold on, bitch. Hold on. Hold on, ho. Hold on, hold on, hold on, ho. Hey. Where is it? Was it here? I just had it up. I was just reading it because I had it for Mark Lamont. Anyway, President Trump had stated that essentially you should have access to great schooling and I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'll check in a second. It's coming close to 12. I'll hit you on the back channel if it don't. But it should have came through. It should have came through just fine. If you typed it in right, make sure there's nothing in your outbox. As long as there's nothing in your outbox, then you should be just fine. As long as it ain't in your outbox, you should be fine. If it says sent, then it's out of here. So Trump was saying that, your zip code shouldn't determine how successful you are or aren't in life. It shouldn't be determined by your zip code. And everybody should have access to the American dream, to owning a house, to... Oh, man. This heifer here, man.
We remove the barriers to opportunity so anyone who wants to start a business or advance their career can access the tools and the resources that are necessary to do so.
Like cutting the regulations?
I will focus on cutting needless bureaucracy and unnecessary regulatory red tape.
Did this bitch just say she gonna drain the swamp and remove regulations and red tape? Is that what she just said out her mouth? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. 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 This hoe here You ain't getting away that easy, bitch. You ain't getting away that easy, because my name is motherfucking Pro. And I'm the motherfucking Pro. Somebody tag their friend. Let them know that I ain't letting Kamala get away that easy round here. Let them know.
Let's cut the red tape. Let's set free our dreams. And yes,
December 14th, 2017.
together, let's cut the red tape. Let's set free our dreams. And yes, let's make America great again. And one of the ways we're going to do that is by getting rid of a lot of unnecessary regulation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Look at all that regulations.
Come on over here. Why don't we all gather around? Come on. You're all such a big part of this. Come on. I think we can all make it.
Look at the regulation from 1960 to today.
So this is what we have now. This is where we were in 1960. And when we're finished, which won't be in too long a period of time, we will be less than where we were in 1960, and we will have a great regulatory climate. Okay? Come on up here, Chris. Come on. You work so hard. Elaine, are you okay? Come on. You okay?
Yeah, fine.
There's a lot to do with it. She has things called roads. It's a big, and bridges, right?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
You know he used to opening up businesses and buildings. He loved cutting them ribbons.
Maybe they should go to Chris, right? You work so hard. What are you in the army? Huh? She's the Come on, man. Get up here. Get up here. That's for you. Okay?
Thank you, everybody. So this happened on December 14, 2017. And this was today. Today.
To start a business or advance their career can access the tools and the resources that are necessary to do so. I will focus on cutting needless bureaucracy and unnecessary regulatory red tape and encouraging innovative technologies while protecting consumers and creating a stable business environment with consistent and transparent rules of the road.
I can't no more, guys. If y'all want to go see more of her and her shit, I mean, there was so much shit she wanted to. Hold on.
So in the weeks to come, I will address in greater detail of my presidency, because I strongly believe when the middle class is strong, America is strong. So in the weeks to come, I will address in greater detail my plans to build an opportunity economy. And today, I will focus on one element that's on the minds of many Americans as they pay their bills at the kitchen table or walk the aisles of a grocery store. And that is lowering the cost of living.
Bitch, you in office right now and you ain't doing nothing. Get your ass off my motherfucking screen. See? I can't stand it. Look, this, matter of fact, perfect pause. That's how I look at her. Bitch, please. I give her her own look. We gonna call that the Kamala bitch please face. Oh my goodness. You know what, guys? Listen. we already know what's up. Between the two, Trump and Kamala, Trump done already showed us what can be done. Go look at the stuff that he actually did and the things that he advocated for. You need me to show you a place to start? Look, I'm only going to look. Catch me on Facebook. You see it, Pro Reacher Adams. Right? Hit my Facebook. And when you go on my page, you hit my photos. Let me hold on, let me pull this up for you. Oh man. Where is it? Oh, here we go. All right. So here I am. I'm on Facebook. Go ahead and holler at your boy. I'm right there. Shouts out to the homie. Y'all know that young man right there is, right? Y'all know that young guy right there? Who's that young guy right there? I know y'all know that young guy. Y'all know that guy. All right. My favorite album on my page. If you go to my albums. All right. And I have all kinds of stuff that you can look at that Trump did. Right? Remember I was telling you about the 400 Years of African American History Act? There it is right there. It's on my page. 400 Years of African American History. Formation of the Commission. It's on my page. It's on my page, man. I keep facts, bro. I keep facts. And I want to give you the power. I want to give you the facts. I want you to go smack some people. I'm talking about you smack them. You smack them like you ain't you bum. Hit them with the facts. Hit them with the facts. Look at that. Look at this. Hit them with the facts. Presidential executive order in the White House to the White House initiative to promote excellence and innovation at the historically Black colleges and universities. Okay, February 28, 2000. You hit them with the facts, y'all. You smack them. President Trump policies delivering record-breaking economic results for African Americans. You smack them. Look at this. Look at this. Survey found that 45% of small business owners were minority ethnic groups. This is already a dramatic increase from 2015, which was just 15%. But the crazy thing was, right, there was a huge increase in the number of African American small business owners year over year, meaning in a year over year period from 2017 to 2018, okay? Under Trump, 2017 to 2018, year over year, a 400% increase. I don't want to play with me, bro. Don't send Mark Lamont Hill. Keep Mark Lamont Hill far, far, far away from me. Because I'll listen. Matter of fact, no. You can keep him away from me, but you can send him this video. Send him this video right here. He's educated. He's a professor, right? He's a professor in a college. Man, please. Boy, if you would have ever taught at Savannah State or Albany State, I would have checked. Me and you would have, boy, listen, you couldn't have been my professor. Nigga, you would have hated me. Prosper Africa. That's a Trump legislation. Prosper Africa was launched in December 2018. Who was president December 2018? Okay. Prosper Africa is a U.S. government initiative that unlocks opportunities to do business in Africa, benefiting companies, investors, and workers both in Africa and the United States. The goal substantially increased two-way trade and investment between the United States and Africa. You guys don't understand. You're not smart enough to understand. You ain't smart enough to understand. All right. You're not smart enough to look and see the Department of State and the Department of Treasury and the Department of Defense and USDA and the Department of Energy and the Department of Transportation and the Department of Commerce and the President of the motherfucking United States of America. And you ain't smart enough to see the Small Business Administration. You ain't smart enough to see how you can leverage all of those people, and those same people can also be leveraged from where? The executive director speaking on the initiative of historically Black colleges and universities when President Trump did the empowerment and innovation executive order that we spoke about on February 28, 2017. right? This directive here went to all of the executive offices up under the President of the United States, like some of the ones that I just named from Prosper Africa. Come on, man. Following statements of federal agency priorities, the priority statements reflect a sustained momentum and can help better align HBCU institutional actions with our national priorities. Y'all niggas ain't ready for me, man. What's the national priority? Education, trade. Y'all niggas ain't ready, bro. Keep Mark Lamont Hill away from me. But show him this. Look at this. Trump is tearing down red tape in order to build more affordable housing. This was 2019. This was 2019. Kamala is taking Trump policy. Don't get it twisted. Man, share this with your friend, man. Go to my Facebook page, man. Listen, this all here. You know, this is one of the greatest days of my life right here.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that.
Sea fish in the building.
You built the nation. But you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense? Right? But with Candace around and Terrence, that's not going to happen for long. But through generations of blood, sweat, and tears, and you deserve a government that defends your interests, protects your families, and cares for our own citizens first. You know, at the border where they want the open policies, they want open borders, they don't want walls. They actually do want walls, but because I want it, you know. I know how I can get the wall. If I announce tomorrow, I don't want...
Goes on to say, if I say I don't want the wall, they'll say they want a wall like that. October 4th, 2019. That's what day that was. I was actually standing in the White House, one of the greatest days of my life. I got family in town, man. I had a great conversation. I got an uncle. My uncle's 70 something. He's an older guy. Did time in the pen. So I got to do some reaching out because that's some bullshit. What happened? But you know, these prosecutors, these Kamala Harris types of the world, man, they don't give a fuck about us. Anyway, we were talking and I was bringing out some poly stuff. He's a lib. He's a libtard. But we were talking about some things. I was just laying stuff out. And Unc said the same thing. Like, I don't know what it is with these some of these older black men. They're so fucking timid and scared. If Trump would just be quiet, I think his mouth is just the biggest problem. Yo, shut the fuck up. Why you worried about what is your money rolling? Is your country safe? Is your family safe? Yo, let that nigga talk his shit. Because that's keeping the wolves up off you. But if you old meek ass bitch, man, they're going to run all over you. If he could just not be so brash, you know, he'd be all right. He'd be all right. It's just his talk too much. He just don't know when to be quiet. What the fuck? Get out of here with that foolishness, man. Get out of here with that foolishness, man. So, I don't know, man. But hit the page. Get this information, man. Hit these people with these facts, man. Go read, get up on it. Go research all these things that's in here yourself, man. I guarantee you it won't lead you wrong. It won't lead you wrong. And you'll be very glad you did. All right, guys, it's coming up on 12 o'clock. I have a long day tomorrow. Plus Sunday. Sunday is going down. Diggity. Oh, whoa. No. Before I get out of here, man. Did you guys see this shit? Did y'all see this shit? Hold on. Let me get this. I can't believe they actually did this. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go jump in. I'm gonna go check out his I'm gonna go check it out in just a second. All right, let's see. We got to talk about this before we leave, y'all, because I just don't believe that these motherfuckers did this. I must be out of my mind to believe that these motherfuckers did this. Y'all hit that like button. Cause y'all gotta help me. You gotta help your boy out. You gotta help your boy out. You gotta help your boy out. Now this, my friends, this came from the Kamala and them team. Y'all won't believe this shit. Now I seen this all over social media. It was on it was all over Twitter. I seen it on Insta. I seen it on Facebook and quite a few people's stories and on their timeline, like people I know personally. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is spreading everywhere. It says things you niggas need to know before you vote. Trump did not give you $1,200. The stimulus checks distributed in the United States during COVID-19 pandemic were authorized by legislation passed by Congress and signed into law by then President Donald Trump. So wait a minute. If Congress passed a law and Trump signed it into law, if he said no, it was a no-go. See, you backed him into a corner with that money because you knew that if he said no, you would tell the community that he wanted to starve you after he shut down the economy, when in fact it was you who wanted to shut down the economy. He never wanted to close the economy. He wanted to close the borders and tell motherfuckers, China, y'all niggas stay y'all ass where y'all at, and everywhere else this shit is going down. We ain't gonna have it here. We gonna take care of ourselves. We gonna clamp down it, and y'all niggas figure that shit out. Y'all forced him to shut down, and then packed him in the corner to sign this or be like, see, look, he doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about you. No, he don't care about you. No, that was your intention. But he tricked you, and he went along, he went ahead and said, okay, I'm going to do it, with the intentions of hurrying up and opening up the economy again. But you sick dick some bitches, y'all kept the economy closed until y'all cheated in the election and could install who you want to install. So Donald Trump did give you $1,200 because he could have vetoed that shit and said go to hell, but he didn't. That's why he signed the check. Kamala Harris is in fact black. Yeah, that bitch ain't black. Just because her dad is from Jamaica, he's Afro-Jamaican descent. Why we ain't seen him? And when they let Indians, when did Indians start marrying and procreating with blacks? That might explain why she didn't really spend time with her black family. She spent more time in India. Your vote does matter. The popular vote influences the U.S. Electoral College by determining the winner in each state. Now, I agree with this. This is something that I do agree with. Your popular vote does influence the Electoral College. Everybody be like, oh, the Electoral College, your vote don't really matter because the Electoral College is going to choose who they want to. No, bitch. The Electoral College goes with the state. You don't see them go against the state. It doesn't happen. So shut your ass up. Moving right along. Kamala Harris did not lock up thousands of black men. During Harris' tenure as California Attorney General in 6 years, You see how they did that? You see what they did there? She did not lock up thousands of black men, quote unquote. And then they say in 6 years, she only locked up 1,900 people. But that was only for marijuana and hash. But what other things did you lock up black men for? So you won't say the total of actual black men. You should have kept it saying she didn't lock up thousands of black men for marijuana. And then that would have been okay. Even though I think y'all shorted that number, because 1,900, 2,000, that two would make thousands. It won't be a bunch of thousands, but 2,000 is then plural going to thousands. Just saying. Let me see. Kamala Harris was the district attorney from 2004 to 2011, and during her tenure, she only sentenced 45 people total, not just black people, to state prison for marijuana. Only 45 in San Francisco? Yeah. How many did you throw in jail, though? Prison is one thing, but how many did you indefinitely hold in jail? Don't play those semantics with me. Agenda 47 is not for your black ass. Well, how is my black ass a captain for Trump Force 47 and Agenda 47 teachings, but it's not for your black ass? Man, shut y'all dumb ass up. Trump's Agenda 47 possesses serious risk to black and minority communities. It plans to cut funding for school teaching critical race theory and eliminate diversity programs, reducing support for students of color. The agenda aims to implement more aggressive policing, aggressive policing measures, including the reintroduction of stop and frisk practices, which disproportionately target black and minority individuals. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait. All my niggas who be acting too bone. Hey, man. I don't like that, bro. Y'all motherfuckers should go straight to this man motherfucking website. Y'all niggas is some bitches. I wonder if his website's gonna pop up. Look at this. How far down we got to go until we find a website? Look at that. That's bullshit. That shit should be right here. Right here at the lease. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right. Oh. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. So Agenda 47 is the GOP platform. Let's see. Mm-hmm. You know what, y'all? Y'all heard that Billie Eilish song, Birds of a Feather? I like it. I like that Billie Eilish song. All right, we're going to do it here. So let's look for stop and frisk, guys. Maybe it'd be best if I just put frisk. Y'all hear that? Y'all see that? Y'all see that? I put in frisk. Do y'all see what that says? Do you see what that says? I said 0 out of 0, and I just look for frisk. I'm just trying to figure out. Let me see here. All right, Jack, I'm looking. Hold on. You send that directradiosav@gmail.com, my guy. I'm looking in my emails. I don't see it over in here. I even hit my spam mail. Try that one more time, bro. And let me see. Where's Fish Buddy? All right, I'll go there and check that in a second. So yeah, guys. Yeah, help me understand. Help me understand where Frisk. They say we're gonna bring back Stop and Frisk, but there's no Frisk. So if there's no Frisk, then there's no Stop the Frisk. I don't know. Anyway, that's the things they're doing. You hear how they're lying. You see what they're pushing. That is actual Democrat propaganda that they're setting there. So, you know, what can we do but try and whoop their ass and keep them out of the way, right? Be smart. Be educated, man. Be on your stuff, people. Know the issues. Know the issues. All right, y'all. Let me get up out of here. I got one more song. I was gonna play one, but Jack Reeves has a submission, so we're finna go ahead and we're finna check it out together. It's gonna be all our first time checking out this Jack Reeves track. But hey, listen, this Sunday is going down, man. We got Kim Brooks with the Georgia Nerds, and the Georgia Nerds are the people who've been uncovering and exposing all of the situations that's been happening. They've been the ones who've been fighting since the 2020 elections, bro, bringing all the stuff through the courts and through the legislative system and everything. So shouts out to Georgia Nerds. Kim P. Brooks will be hitting us with all the information with things that happen right here in Chatham County, as well as other things that happen in Georgia, man. So there's an event coming up on the 20th that we have here, and she's just going to give us a little taste of what we got going on the 20th. So let's go ahead and check out this here song from my boy Jack Reeves, the Wizard Dragon. Y'all have a great evening. I will see y'all Sunday at 8 p.m. Love y'all. Not going to have a strong 4-hour night tonight. I am getting the heck up out of here. I'm a little over 4, but it's all good. Will Kim take questions? I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out if we have time. What's the name of the song, bros? Because I didn't get it in my email. Fuego. Hey, the bananas aren't. Oh, well, I guess because they're dancing bananas. They didn't pop across the screen. Is that the name of the song? Love Like Hotep and Bill? All right. Oh, okay. Booty stank. All right, cool. All right, guys. Appreciate you, Clitterfish. Appreciate you, Jack Reeves. Love Light and Hotep, brother. Fuego with the dancing bananas and the thumbs up. He says, y'all have a good evening. Shouts out to everybody came through. Shouts out to Gav. Shouts out to Blunt Step. Shouts out to Clitterfish. Shouts out to that's why I hate calling names. Shouts out to Montoya for sliding through. Shouts out to Cannon. Shouts out to HL. Shouts out to Hotep Jesus and the Hotep Nation, man. Y'all the fam. October 3rd through the 6th. It's going down. Miami. Hotep Con. Protocol will be in the building. DJ Protocol.
DJ Protocol, DJ Protocol, DJ Protocol, light that fuse.
You're goddamn right. I'm gonna light that fuse, man. We're gonna have a good time. The official DJ of HOTEPISTAN and everything Hotep, man. I will be down there. Get your tickets now. HOTEPNation.com. That's HOTEPNation.com. Click on the tab for HotepCon, man. It's going down. It's gonna be great. Y'all have a good evening. I will see y'all then. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share this stream with a friend. 4 hours of awesomeness. Thank y'all for the debate, HJ. Thank you, Royce White. Thank you, Mark Lamont Hill, for coming and getting white. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate that. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get up out of this thing.
Bitch, it's time for you to wake the fuck up. We're gonna get kicked out of this shitty motel room if you don't give me some cash. Get on the stage and shake that ass. Get on the stage and shake that ass. Show me fucking hobble. And then we're back to the myth. Booty stack. Booty stack.
Hey honey, it's me. I need you to come pick me up at the strip club again. Quit trying to fuck my bank Stacy. She said she's not gonna suck your dick. Call me back as soon as you can. I need a ride from the strip club. I love you. Everybody, booty stank. Passed out in a bowl of cold mac and cheese. Dirty tampon leaking on the floor.
I want to play Tony Hawk now. I'm about to go play Tony Hawk.
Smoke this meth pipe, get in the shower. We only got about a fucking hour to do some bull sex. Then you gotta go to work at the strip club. Booty stank. Booty stank.
Definitely pro gaming, listening to Brother Clitterfish. Good night, y'all.